Good morning. Good morning. All right, brow check before we even get started. Brow check. So here's what had happened. I only have one. Oh, look, I just like it's not quite lined up right there. It's good enough. We'll just here. It's fine. Everything's fine. I only have like one little bald spot here. So I mean, really, that's not bad. Like, we're at, like, 96% capacity on the vertic brows. So, I would say we're doing pretty good. Um, that is I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good percentage. What do y'all think? Like, okay, and plus, keep in mind, let's think about this logically. Um, because this one's a little bit too high, there's, like, extra down here from my blonde eyebrows, which just adds to the percentage, you know what I mean? So, really, that 96% capacity, we're really pushing, like, 97.2% if we if we're being realistic about it, because there's only one other this is what 2 hours of sleep looks like. So there's only one little bald spot, and it's kinda made up for by the extra little double seater right here. So so I would say we're doing pretty dang good on a Friday eve. Good morning, everybody. Good never thought about eyebrows having capacity before. Uh, yep, that's the that's I guess that doesn't make much sense to normal people. Anybody who's, like, tuning in for the first time is like, "Change this channel." No clue what this crazy heifer is talking about. No clue. Why are you making us math this early? My bad. My bad. Good point. We didn't come here to math. It's Friday Eve. Ain't it? Ain't it? What day is it? It's all running together now. Um, but good morning. Good morning to y'all. I am so glad y'all are here. Yesterday got a little off the rails, not gonna lie. Um, I think we're we're all well aware of that. Uh, but I wanted to say before we even jump into everything and get started, like I genuinely, wholeheartedly appreciate the love and support from yesterday here and Twitter and Night Court and Facebook um and email and DMs. I mean, like I literally yesterday was one of the hardest days on me since I've started this. It's been a blast getting to do something that I love, you know, um, in a way that I wanted to do it, like to be able to, focus on facts and honor victims. That's the two things I wanted to do is focus on facts and honor victims. And that has been a blessing and a joy for me to be able to do that. So there haven't been a whole lot of really hard days because I've realized how blessed I am to be able to get to do this. But yesterday was a hard day. Not all of it. We still had a blast, y'all. But um it was um that that little period of time from when I got the message to where I had to go off camera and gather myself multiple times. Um and then when we got back in it, like that was probably the hardest time that I've had since this whole thing started. Um I've been lied on and called names and whatever, they're irrelevant. Who cares? Who are they? Like what that one fella called me, like a childless, um husbandless dog mom or something, or dog whatever he said. That that little angry fella on the other side of the internet. Um I've been called stuff like that, and I'm just like, "Oh, well, oh, that guy needs, like, a hug or a shot of whiskey," but, like, and I've been lied on and stuff like that, whatever. The stuff from yesterday was such a personal thing. It ripped me from the inside out, and it took me a while to get myself together, and when I came back, I was sitting here shaking, trying to gather myself, and I could see in chat that y'all were worried, and so I was trying to, type like, "Everybody's fine, I appreciate y'all worrying, everybody's fine. I just need a minute," and when I came back, like, y'all were just everybody was so supportive, and I can't tell you how much that means to me because it was one of those moments where everything just finally broke me. It was I was pushed too far, and I have bit my tongue like a lady this entire time, and it was time to man up, but I did warn y'all I was gonna be cussing. There's a little bit of cussing. So about 8.5 hours in, till about 9 hours, if you're offended by words, that's not the that's not the moment for you. That's maybe the moment you wanna fast forward through, but I wanted to say thank y'all so much. I appreciate all the love. Y'all are the best of the best, and I am lucky to have you. Um, Having said that, screw them, and we're not ever talking about them again. Um, all we can do is wish them well and let them go. All right, so we have a lot to do today, y'all. We have two verdict watches, two, and see, I did it right this time because yesterday I was like, we have two verdict watches, and that's not two. I didn't come here to math yesterday either. So, but today, yes, today I did two. Um, we have two verdict watches. One of them's not starting until they're out on the West Coast. So they're not starting until later. But we have other stuff to do, y'all. We have stuff to occupy our time. There is breaking news. There is Sydney Powell is being um sentenced today. So we're gonna try to check in on that. Um we have the stuff we're gonna go over about I mean, just oh my gosh, so much, so much. We have Suzanne Morphew, her remains were found. We're gonna talk a little bit about that. Oh, thank God for, for her and, her daughters and, you know, I I can't even imagine what they're having to go through. So I want to send, as we talk about, I want to send all the, well wishes and good thoughts their way. This has got to be, I can't even imagine. I don't know if it would be a like part relief to at least know what's happening, but I mean, it would also have to be devastating. So I just, um, you know, I send nothing but well wishes out to them and love and strength because man, that's got to be tough. Um, so we're going to talk about that. We are going to talk about Crystal Rogers' disappearance. 2015, y'all, 2015, she disappeared. And this is let me share my screen. Um and her boyfriend, uh Brooks, is like the one, I mean, we all kind of all along knew he was, number one suspect. We're gonna talk about that too. He was um he was finally arrested. I need to sorry, I just sent a quick text. But uh we're gonna talk about that because that's I don't know if y'all listen to Bardstown. Um Bardstown's really good. Uh but there are and then there's they did a documentary on oxygen recently too. Um I think like I mean um there's all kinds of stuff on it. I'm trying to find um Harmony Montgomery's um dad is supposed to appear in court today too. I mean we got all kinds of stuff today. Uh where is the sentencing? Let me see if I can find the sentencing. We got a full docket today. All right, so let me get this pulled up. Good morning. Good morning. I see y'all filing in here late as usual. Detention for all y'all. All right, let's see. True Crime World is busy, busy. It's look, and October starts next week. I knew it was going to happen. Everything gets wild in October. Everybody's been hot and cranky all summer. All right, let's see. Do we know what time the sentencing is supposed to be? Maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe I just need help. Maybe I just need to get my life together. Let's see. All right. Buffy Bot says, it's busy out here in these true crime streets. Yes, yes, yes. All right. I'm going to see if I can find it. If anybody has the link, send it to me because I'm trying to look, but oh, wait, she was already sentenced? I thought she was being sentenced today. All of my little stuff says, all of my little notifications say she was supposed to get her sentencing today. Unless oh no, I didn't do the first 3. I yes, I can do that. I gotta do that. How did I miss that? Well, so that's one less thing we gotta do. So she got 15 to life. I had it on my thing that was supposed to be at 9:00 this morning. So somehow I got oh, it was very short. Oh, it was at 8:30. That's why I can't find it. Because I thought it was supposed to be at 9. All right. Let me do the first. I'm so trying to find who okay. Okay. Y'all just wait right there. Just talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm getting the 3. We'll just be right here. Here. You know what? I'll give you fun stuff to look at while I'm doing this. What happens when I have too many things going on at once? Oh. Okay. All right. All right, we're ready. Ready? Ready, Freddie. Wait, it's doing that thing again. It's like the remix. There you go. First in chat, first in the tailgate, getting the party started, getting everything going for the rest of us. Thank you so much for showing up. Sorry that I did not play that earlier. Give me one dang thing to do. One dang thing to do. Okay, I got a little bit more than one, but that's all right. All right, so let me see if I can find. Whoa. You're loud. Let's see. See, that song gets stuck in your head. Funny. I type in court TV and automatically court records and court documents and court all this stuff. All my paperwork stuff comes up. I have to scroll down. Okay. Let's see if I can find. I don't see the clips about the sentencing. I can't find anything about any clips to see about the sentencing. Let's see if they're on. I'm going to try to show.
Regarding Sydney's behavior. And then lastly, under the factors that determine whether a consecutive sentence is warranted or necessary, I just do not believe respectfully that the law would support consecutive sentences that Mr. Stano is asking for. And those three factors are, number one, to support a sentence of consecutive sentences, whether the offender committed one or more of the multiple offenses while the offender was awaiting trial or sentencing. That obviously is not present here. Whether two of the multiple offenses were committed as part of an additional course of conduct. This was all one course of conduct. I believe that's undisputed. And whether or not the offender's history or criminal conduct demonstrates that consecutive sentences are necessary. And then finally, I know that this court must also consider the wishes of Marcy's Law and the wishes of the victim, and they have been repeatedly ignored by Mr. Stano in this case. I think the court knows that. We had a hearing on that prior to trial. Both Stephen and Betsy urged this court to not proceed with trial. They made their wishes known, and those wishes were rejected. So now at sentencing, there is this opportunity for Mr. Stano to give some grace and deference to the victim for the suffering that they have endured in the last nearly 3.5 years. And unfortunately, that opportunity is rejected. Just the idea that they would simply ask this court to impose the minimum sentence and not run the tampering charge consecutive. The fact that that is ignored and the wishes of the victims are trampled upon yet again, I find appalling. So I would ask the court to impose the mandatory minimum 15 years to life. And I would also indicate what Mr. Laybourne said. And you have a number of letters from people in the community. It's easy for Mr. Stano to reference anonymous people in the community who don't want to be heard, who don't put their name to a letter, who don't come into court and testify. I've gotten dozens of emails full of rage and vitriol and hate and anger from anonymous members of the community that want to see Sydney receive the death penalty. That's not what we listen to. The Constitution demands and compels that we listen to the people who are most affected by this crime, and those are the individuals back here in this courtroom. That's who Mr. Stano should be listening to. He should have also read the letters that I submitted from the members of the community who were courageous enough to put their name on what they are asking this court to do. And what you saw in those letters from the community are letters from police officers, letters from a teacher, and you heard from a teacher in this trial. letters from a doctor, from lawyers, from people who work with Brenda Powell for almost 30 years. Those are the people in the community that I would urge this court to consider the opinion of, the people that know this family well. I would ask the court, as Mr. Laybourne had indicated, to do whatever you can in the journal entry to ask the Department of Corrections to consider giving Sydney a bed at the new reformatory for a women mental health facility. I know that this court is very limited in what you can do, and this will be up to the Department of Corrections, but I would ask the court to consider doing that. Your Honor, for purposes of moving forward, I know you're going to advise Ms. Powell of her rights to appeal. I have done that as well. I believe that Ms. Powell is indigent given the sentence that this court will impose. I would ask the court to appoint appellate counsel for her. And I would join in Mr. Laybourne's request to waive the court costs and consider doing that in this case, given that Mr. Stephen Powell had put up the bond in this matter. And I would just end with, I think, a letter from a doctor from the Akron Children's Hospital that really sums up what I believe are the overwhelming sentiments of not only the victims under Marcy's Law, but our community. And that doctor said, and I quote, "I've almost never felt so strongly that I need to offer a voice of advocacy as I have in this tragic situation of an unfathomable verdict and the tragic current of ripple effects that will undoubtedly have upon this loving family. I have repeatedly heard from those who know Brenda well, their intimate knowledge of Brenda, her family, her husband, and Sydney, that they have endured incredible loss as a result of Sydney's actions on that horrible day. Even so, it is literally beyond words and many people's comprehension how tremendously loving they have been and remain towards Sydney in their clear knowledge of her mental illness and impairment, and the powerful clarity that Brenda herself, if she were still alive, would without a doubt want the unwavering support of Sydney's continued treatment for her mental condition in the least restrictive environment possible, with as much family connection and contact as is possible." That's our community. Those are the people that know this family well, not some anonymous person who contacted the Summit County Prosecutor's Office and supposedly spoke to Mr. Stano, not some amorphous thought of the community. The people who know this family, the people who know Brenda, the people who know Sydney are all asking this court to consider the constitutional wishes of the victims and impose a minimum sentence. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Morrissey. Ms. Powell, is there anything you want to say to me at this time? Okay.
I have advised Ms. Powell that given the nature of her appeal, she should not make a statement today.
And I understand that, but I have to give her the opportunity to do so. All right. Thank you very much. First of all, to the victims, to the family and friends, I am terribly sorry for your loss here. I cannot imagine what you have been through. I have received and read all of the letters that have been sent to me.
Morning.
I have considered the evidence that was brought into evidence at the trial, the statements of counsel, and all of the information that is before me at this time. I do find that counts 2 and 3 merge with count 1 for purposes of sentencing in this matter. Based upon the facts and circumstances of this case and in consideration of the relevant sentencing factors, including seriousness and recidivism, and applying the minimum sanction that the court has determined will protect the public and punish the offender without imposing an unnecessary burden on state and local resources, the court imposes the following sentence. On count 1, ma'am, I sentence you to an indefinite sentence of 15 years to life in the Ohio Department of Corrections. On count 4 of the indictment, I sentence you to 3 years in the Ohio Department of Corrections. Those 2 sentences to be run concurrent with and not consecutive to each other. Ma'am, please understand that on count 4 of the indictment, you may be subject to a period of post-release control upon your release. And if you violate that post-release control, the Adult Parole Authority is authorized to return you to prison for up to 9 months for any single violation and up to 50% of your prison sentence for all violations. Please also understand that if you're placed on post-release control and you are convicted of a new felony, In addition to being punished for that offense, the judge could add an additional consecutive 1-year period of time in prison, whichever is greater, as a maximum. Ma'am, understand that you have a right to appeal this decision, and that notice of appeal must be filed within 30 days of the sentencing judgment entry. Your attorney has indicated to me that you are without funds to hire an attorney to represent you for appeal. Is that correct? And you wish for me to appoint counsel to represent you? Yes. All right. I will
This
do
is
that.
our
We will try and get that
verdict
done
watch.
before you leave the Summit County Jail. Ma'am, I will not fine you. I will not assess you court costs in this matter. Counsel, is there anything that I have forgotten?
And I neglected to do this earlier, and I apologize. We appreciate the court's deference to Ms. Powell and the opportunity to allow her to lead during certain portions of the trial. I know that it is rather unprecedented, but we would appreciate the court's compassion in allowing that during this trial. Thank you.
Your thanks are necessary. Good luck to you, Ms. Powell. Thank you. We're adjourned.
All right.
And there we have it.
And there we have it. So 15 years to life. And that, let me get this. Having issues here. All right. Close that, close that, close that, close that. Let's get this situated. Okay. And then add that. Look at me go, getting everything done. Why is Lucy's cam not working? Hold on. Hold on. Everybody's here to see her, not me. Why is her cam not working? Okay, so 15 years to life. Head walked by. Scared the bejesus out of me. I didn't watch that one. So y'all that, oh, I got chilly. Y'all that watched that one, I've heard some mixed stuff about it, but I've heard a lot. What was I doing? Oh, Lucy's cam. Oh, I didn't take my medicine. No wonder I'm a hot mess this morning. I should go do that. Let's see. Let me see if I can get her camera working. All right. In a minute, when I forget what I was doing, tell me I need to go take my ADD medication. Why isn't... Oh, I bet I know why. Settings. Audio. Virtual. Look at me trying to technology. And it ain't working. Okay. My phone is voice mod. What is it? Oh. They're moving. Please tell me somebody heard that. and that I'm not crazy. Remix. Wicked, wicked. All right, let's try again. It's the portal. It's the portal. Wicked, wicked. It's the aliens. It ain't even 4 p.m. All right. Let's see if we can get our life together. All right. So this voice mod. All right. So this should be that. All right. Let's try this one more again. Enter. Settings. Audio. Okay. Testing. So far, no aliens. Why ain't her camera working? She is ready for her close-up. Skype, Zoom. It's telling me that Skype or Zoom might be using it. And I don't have Skype. Lucy's on strike. She's like, look, you've been dressing me up in outfits, parading me around. And by parading, I mean people just watch her sleep. Audio. I don't know. I have no idea. No clue. No clue. I know. Somebody get JT on the phone. Tech support. No clue. I didn't come here to technology. I didn't come here to math. I didn't come here to read. I don't know exactly what I did come here for. It don't sound like a whole lot. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We have all kinds of stuff happening. All kinds of stuff and then nothing at all. I don't know why. StreamYard, YouTube, OnlyFans. Not OnlyFans. Let me not say that. I'm not on OnlyFans. I was reading about the OnlyFans trial. This just took a turn. The OnlyFans trial is coming up, and I was reading about here. I wasn't on when I said I need to close OnlyFans. I just meant everybody's like, yeah, that's why your computer ain't working. Let me get my ADD medication so we can get on about our business. Okay. I love y'all. Everybody's like, Brandy, shut up and take your dang meds. All right. Take 2. All right. Y'all are so bossy. See what I tell y'all? What did I tell y'all? I tried to say this yesterday. Bossy? Jen, remember for 5 whole months? 5 whole lift your tongue. Gotta make sure I take them. Y'all crack me up. All right. So y'all just make me laugh. All right. So back to OnlyFans. OnlyFans is supposed to, the trial, not the website, is supposed to start. I think they have jury selection next week. So I was looking at that one because that's one that I'm planning on. I've been talking about covering. So that's why that was pulled up. I'm trying to get some of the, I have, where I sit here and I do all my research and stuff, I have like, for some reason, 1.2 million tabs open. And I don't know how that happens. I tell you what, my memory used to be a lot better than it is now. However, let me just restart this little thing and see if that works. Hopefully it don't kick me off. I used to have a good memory, or a better memory anyway. Pretty good memory. But old age and chemo does a number on your memory. All right, Lucy Cam, here it is. Settings. Have you tried unplugging your light and plugging it back in? I don't even know what is this? We're just gonna see. Oh. Okay, testing. Testing. All right, so now we have Lucy Cam. And can y'all hear me? Look at y'all, I'm basically like a tech expert. Call me for tech support. Look at that. Look at that. Not only can y'all see me in standard definition, y'all can hear me. Y'all can see Lucy. Y'all can see the beach. And there's no aliens. Psh, add tech support to my resume. I'm probably a little bit more proud of that than I should be. But look at me go. Look at me go. All right. So I'm now a tech expert. I'll make a chart. Be like, you need to know how to do something techie? Make you a chart. All right. So we have a lot of stuff to thank you. I'm like loving the praise that everybody's like so excited for me that I unplugged something and plugged it back in. This is like, if that is not the definition of love and support, I don't know what is. I literally just unplugged stuff and plugged it back in until everything started working. And everybody's like, good job. Good job. You took your meds and you unplugged stuff and plugged it back in. Good job. You go, Brandy. And that is the kind of support that I need in my life. And that is why I love y'all. And that is why I show up every day. Oh, y'all are so funny. Y'all are so funny. Okay. So, I feel like Lucy when she doesn't do anything at all, but she looks at me like she wants a treat. Like I didn't do anything at all but unplug stuff and plug it back in until stuff started working. And I feel like I'm looking at y'all for my treat. Like, yeah, did I do good? Did I do good? How did I get a YouTube channel? Okay. All right. So we have stuff to talk about today. So, we have, let me pull up actually too, because Harmony, I know some of y'all asked me to cover this one and it is so sad. I just can't do it. There is a hearing today, now what did I mess up? Oh, now I know. Oh, that's why. Oh, no wonder everything is messed up on here. That makes so much sense. Okay. Look at me figuring stuff out. All it took was 3 minutes into that medication. So, oh, it's Lisa Wilmot's here. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Is it still your birthday there? It's your birthday here on this side of the matrix. And that's all that really matters, right? That's very exciting. Happy birthday. All right. So, all right, here's what we got going on. So we have the, we're going to keep this over here. I'm pointing like y'all see. It's actually this way if I point on this way. We're going to keep the verdict watch on, but we're going to go over some different stuff. So here's the thing. I had some requests to cover Harmony Montgomery trial for her dad. And I just can't do it. It is too, y'all know how I get with the kids. It's hard. There is a hearing today. I think the hearing is just to delay, like to see if they can delay the case. But man, that sweet baby girl, I don't know if I can do it. Mel is it could Mel on YouTube is going to be covering it, but I can't do it. But we may, I know my limitations and I have too much on my plate right now to be emotionally invested in a case with that sweet baby girl. I just can't do it. I have to know my limits. It's a hard one. And oh, her sweet little face. I'm going to cry right now. I can't do it. So that one is going to be coming up, but there's a hearing today. And Adam Montgomery is, I believe the hearing is today to see if they can delay the trial or whatever. So we can kind of keep an eye on that and see what happens with it. But it's one of the things we're going to look at, but oh, that sweet baby girl. I can't do it. I want her to get justice, but I can't put, y'all know how I am with the victims. I take that emotional mess on my shoulders, and it's hard. I can't do it. All right. So we have some other stuff that we need to talk about today, though, while we are waiting on that hearing. So first of all, let me pull up breaking news yesterday. The remains, is Advocate in here? Is Advocate in here yet? I don't think so. We'll wait on that one because she's really into that case and I want her to be here. She has such a good voice for the victims, and I want to tell that in a way that, because I followed that case, but I know she's followed it closer than I have, and she knows more about the victims, and I want to make sure that we honor the victims as we tell it. All right. So we aren't going to do that one yet. Let's start with Crystal Rogers. All right, let me pull up some pictures of her so y'all can see who she is. Now, if you have, let me pull this, and here's a news article. We'll show this one. Breaking news. All right. Look at this little guy. All right. So if you're into podcasts, if you've listened to Bardstown, or if there's like a documentary on Oxygen Network, and I think there's a Dateline. There's Dateline on everything, y'all. Hey, Kathy. That's all you missed so far, Kathy, is the sentence. We watched the sentencing, and now and you've missed me being the tech goddess that I am. You missed that. You missed me remembering finally to take my ADD medication. Steve N. upgraded membership to expert witness. You are an expert witness. You have now been qualified as an expert witness. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. All right, so Bardstown, Kentucky. If you haven't listened, if you don't really know much about it, if you haven't seen why can't I get my words out today? I think it's the 2 hours of sleep, the 4 cups of coffee, and the emotional damage. And the medicines haven't kicked in yet. All right. Get your words together, Brandy. Take 2. All right. So Bardstown, Kentucky. There's a whole mess of stuff going on in Bardstown, Kentucky. And this is one of the things that was covered in the Bardstown podcast and in the different documentaries and TV specials and all those things. So it's crazy. It's crazy. But it's also really sad. So this is Brooks. Brooks was it? Sorry, I'm not laughing at that. I'm getting lost. Okay, focus. Brooks was indicted on multiple theft charges. He was okay. Look, let's get to the nitty gritty though. Here's what's really important. Where's the other article? Let's just skip over all this mess and get to the good stuff. We are about to finally, hopefully, get justice for Crystal. Let me find a newer article. We're going to skip over some of this and go. Keep in mind, this is 2015. 2015. She was last seen in July of 2015. Her boyfriend, this fella, was the last one to see her, and he was the only suspect. Now, his brother, this is Brooks, his brother, what was his brother's name? Nick. I think it was Nick. His brother was fired from the police department. Steven's like, focus. I'm trying. Look, give me about 15 more minutes when my meds kick in, and I'll be like, look, this is what we're doing. This is what's happening. This is what. But until then, my mind takes field trips, and we're just gonna go with it. But we're gonna get through it. What time is it? 8:54. Look, by 9:15, y'all be like, oh yeah, there she is. That's the different Brandy. Maybe. Who knows? Focus. Yes, focus. Okay. All right. So Brooks' brother worked for Bardstown Police Department. They were saying that he had warned Brooks that the detectives were going to be talking to him and like questioning him about Crystal's disappearance. He says that Crystal had gone to like stay at her cousin's house. I see all y'all with your little squirrel things. Yes, I know. See, it's y'all's fault though. Y'all are the ones throwing up squirrels in chat trying to distract me when I'm sitting here trying to be on my best behavior and focus. So whose fault is it really? All right. So anywho, the boyfriend says that Crystal had gone to stay at her cousin's house. She had gone out, hanging out with friends or whatever. The interview, there was an interview that was released, and he's telling the officer or investigator or detective or whatever that Crystal had texted somebody, and I think sent a text to somebody or something and said that they had gotten a babysitter. And they wanted to go have like a night out, without the kids or whatever. So her family has believed that the boyfriend had something to do with it all along. He was the number one suspect from the beginning. I'm pretty sure he was he's the only one that I remember ever hearing about. Now here's where things get crazy. Her car was found like on the highway. And if you've seen the documentaries, it shows where it's at, but her car was found on the highway, and it had it didn't have a flat tire. I'm pretty sure it did. But like her keys and her purse and like phone and like all that stuff was inside the car. So, and she was gone. The brother, Nick, was basically, they said that he was, tampering allegedly with the investigation by warning his brother and stuff like that. And he ended up getting fired and from the police department. So she was like mid-30s, I think, when she disappeared. But he says that the last time he saw her was the night before. So the only clues that they really had were, everybody's like, his brother's a sneak. There was. The only like evidence that they had to go by was her car. It was on Bluegrass Parkway. But all of her stuff was in there. Let me pull up some pictures of her so we don't have to look at his mean mug. Oh, here's a timeline. I bet it's not. Yeah, it's not updated. This is an old article. Hold on, let me pull up some pictures because she's a beautiful girl. And they had a baby. Let's see. All right, here we go. Here's some pictures. All right, so this is the car. Whoa, what just happened? All right, so this is the car that they found. The only clue in Roger's disappearance was her maroon Chevy Impala, which was found unlocked with a flat tire on Bluegrass Parkway on Saturday with her uncharged phone, keys, and purse. This is the brother, Nick. He has been fired from the Bardstown Police Department and accused of tampering with the investigation. Filmed interviews between the detective and Brooks were released and show him claiming that Crystal went out that night with friends. Police also released footage of Nick being interviewed after he failed a polygraph test. That's another fun little ditty. He failed a polygraph test. The examiner in the video tells Nick the questions that he had problems with involved Rogers, which is Crystal. Shortly after his girlfriend disappeared, Crystal, she's the victim. I want to say her name. I don't want to say girlfriend. Crystal. Shortly after Crystal disappeared, Houck said that he had not been concerned because the couple had a stressed relationship at times. Rogers pictured with her 5 children. Houck is the father of the 2-year-old son. So this one is the defendant's youngin. Okay, so Brooke Ballard, Roger's sister, doesn't believe Houck's stories add up and said that he hasn't offered to search at all or do anything for the family since his girlfriend disappeared. Let's see. Houck said he was, quote, 100% completely in this, end quote, and said his results to a polygraph test were inconclusive. Didn't they have a sign? Didn't they put signs out there? Am I remembering something different? Didn't they put signs outside his house or something? Or am I remembering something different? I feel like they were they knew he was, yeah, they did. Okay. I was going to say, I thought I remembered that. All right. So this is, and Crystal looks like her mama, spitting image of her mama. That's Crystal Rich. That's Cheryl, Crystal's mama. Don't they look alike? I think they do. Houck pictured here during a police search on the family home. Why do I have hair in my eyeballs? Something's happening. There they go. Oh yeah. See, they put signs all over. See, I knew I wasn't remembering that too wrong. Look at my medicine kick it in and me remembering things. Bam. All right. Houck, pictured here during a police search on the family home, said all his effort in searching for his girlfriend has been done behind the scenes with the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. Behind the scenes. Look, if you're searching for somebody, I would think my stuff would be not behind the scenes. I'd be all up in the scene. I would be all up in the scene, all up on the scene, all up in your scene, making a scene. I would be like, oh my gosh, I'm so obsessed with, this person, the love of my life, the light in my eye, my one true love. Where, oh, where can she be? Please, please, please help me. Help me. I would be not behind the scenes. I would be causing a scene. So I don't really behind the scenes. That's for the investigators. No, your butt needs to be out there on the street corners, begging people for help who has seen her. But what do I know? So he's behind the scenes, apparently. Brooks has been named the only suspect in the disappearance of his girlfriend, pictured together with their 2-year-old son. Rogers has been missing since July 3rd. That's of 2015. He claimed that Crystal was up late playing games on her phone the night of July 3rd. He claims that when he woke up the next morning, she was gone. Let's see what other galleries. They have good little galleries there. A bunch of little pictures. I think that's it. Or let's see what else they have to say about it. Rogers' family is relieved that police have finally named him a suspect. Now, keep in mind, this is not his recent arrest. This is just the background of it. This is when he was finally named a suspect. I've been waiting for this for a long time, for 3 months now. This is 3 months after all this stuff moving around is giving me motion sickness. It was also revealed that Brooks' brother, Nick, had been fired from the Bardstown Police Department following his suspension last month. Nick has been accused of warning his brother that detectives were planning to question him and later told him not to talk to police. And then the brother also failed the polygraph. Police released an interview that followed the test where the polygraph examiner told Nick the question he had problems with were regarding Crystal Rogers. I don't give a GD what your effing computer said, Houck responds in the interview. I'm telling you that I've been 100% honest with you. I don't know about that. Diana, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. 5 whole new members. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the green side. Welcome. Oh, poor chunk of bacon. Chunk of bacon, you look good and gray, babe. You look good and gray. All right, so chunk of bacon can't get gifted. It's a whole thing. We don't talk about it. We do talk about it all the time, but we talk about it in a way to make chunk of bacon feel better about it. Diana gifted another membership. It went to Michelle P. Welcome, welcome. You look good and green. All right. So let's see. Roger's parents said that Crystal's parents said that when they heard the interviews, the first thing that went through their minds was that they'd done it, that he's just as guilty as Brooks, they told the news, and that there's at least one more involved, if not 2. Dang, Diana gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you, Diana. Thank you. Thank you. Can y'all hear my stomach growling? Did I eat yesterday? I don't remember. Did I? I don't remember. All right. So, all right, here we go. So anyway, so this is kind of like the history of it. So yesterday, now this has been going on, but there's even more to it. Like, this is not just like a one-time thing. So her dad was also, killed. What was it? Just like a year and a half later. On that wasn't Lucy Garland. No, I just now realized I don't remember when I ate. I'm trying to think. Mama of 3 just gifted a membership. Thank you so much. It went to Kimby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all look good and green. All right, so Dad's out on the property. I can't remember which documentary I saw this on. It might have been the Oxygen one. I don't really remember, but they had investigators go out there and look where he got shot. And it was, I'm trying to remember, they had some kind of, like the investigators were pointing out like how it looked like there had been somebody set up specifically to take him out, like the way that the tree, like they had the branches were cut or something. I can't remember the details on how it was on whatever documentary I watched, but love unmedicated Brandy. Please go get something to eat. I will. I promise. I'll make some toast in a minute. Y'all are bossy. Look, everybody's like, go take your medicine, go eat, go unplug stuff. I'm just joking. Y'all take care of me. Lord knows I need it sometimes. This whole adulting and having to take care of myself thing doesn't always work out. Shireen just gifted a membership. Shireen, thank you for gifting a membership. It went to Teresa Galvin. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the green side. Y'all are the best. All right, avocado toast. I wish I had avocado. I haven't gone to the grocery store since I got back from CrimeCon. Let's see. Oh, but where'd that go? Yeah, if anyone's unfamiliar with Bardstown, that chapter did a great recap, but I'm waiting for the full Brandy breakdown. It's a ride. Yeah, so on this one, I'll do a deeper dive when I have time. Like with working on the Karen Reed stuff, I have not had time to do a deep dive. So this is kind of some stuff I wanted to, pull up and look at while we were in verdict watch and go over. But I have not done like a Brandy situation on this is not a Brandy situation yet. I haven't put in all the effort that I do on this one like I do. I know about it. I've followed it, but I am do as you're told. Yes, ma'am. But I haven't made all my charts and all that yet. But we'll do that definitely before the trial. It is one because I was following this one years ago before I ever realized before I even watched YouTube. So I will definitely do it, but I wanted to go over this stuff today while we're waiting because, man, it's like it's one of those things that's so sad. And when you see her family, talking and how just the pain, thinking that like, okay, well now, he's been arrested and charged with murder, which we're about to get to, thinking like, okay, well, maybe they're finally, going to get like justice. All right, let's see. Let me pull up the current article. Now that we've kind of gone over some of the history stuff, and we'll look at the current stuff. All right. Oh, we have another gifted membership. Mountain Mama was gifted a membership. By the Salty. Okay. What Salty's say it. Spell it. Don't spell it because I can see it spelled. How do you say it? So Salty Sabo. Sabo. Muffin Man. Muffin Man said, before you were a glint in YouTube's eye. Sabo. Okay. So the Salty Sabo. I'll never say it wrong again. Never say it wrong again. Probably. Unless I don't take my meds again. The Salty Sabo gifted a membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You the best. You the best. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Lynn Godwin says the best I can remember from the Oxygen documentary, a branch was cut down where the shot came from. That's what I was thinking because they went to where the shot had to come from and it was like a clean cut. So it wasn't just like a broken branch or something. Like they had a clean cut right there. So Daddy was shot by somebody who was waiting on him is what it seemed like. Lady in Gray just gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Lady in Gray. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm trying to keep up with these and say thank you as they come. And I'm trying to stay on here, but I'm also trying to. So if I miss them, I'm sorry. I'm trying to see. I have my different screens going here. So if I miss any, I am sorry. Just tag me and let me know. But I'm trying to keep up with them as we go. All right. So we have. As an armor-piercing discarding Sabo. Oh, a PCR. It's an older tank ammunition. That's very cool. Look at me learning. Not only am I now a tech goddess, but now I know all about older tank ammunition. Learn something new every day. All right, so now we got a little bit of the history. Brooks was arrested and charged in connection to the Crystal Rogers case. So let's see. An arrest has been made in connection to the 2015 disappearance of Bardstown mother of 5. Brooks was arrested on Wednesday morning and is facing charges stemming from the Crystal Rogers investigation, according to an FBI Louisville news release. He was charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence, according to court documents. His bond is set at $10 million cash. $10 million cash bond. And he's also ordered to not have any contact with Roger's family. He was the boyfriend, Crystal's boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, and has been considered the main suspect in her case since the beginning. His property has been searched multiple times. He has also made headlines last year when he was arrested for what turned out to be several traffic violations. He was ordered to pay a series of fines and was soon released. And then he was also arrested for like theft and stuff in like 2018-ish, I think. Now, 8 years after Roger's disappearance, he's in custody for charges relating to the investigation. Don't quote me on the other one, on the 2018 thing, because that's from what I remember, but I could be wrong on that. Casey Bamagal gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Lynn Godwin, you were gifted a membership by Casey Bamagal. Thank you. Thank you. You're the best. Y'all are very generous. I love that. I love how nice our chat is. Makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. All right. All right, let's see. So authorities say his indictment remains sealed and additional details will be revealed during his arraignment on October 5th. Let me put that on our calendar right yonder, right now. Regina Crawford just gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Look, okay, y'all made fun of me. Y'all made fun of me for having my old school calendar where I have to write everything down and having all my sticky notes scattered everywhere. So I'm happy to let you know, rest easy, 13th Juror Souls. I have now begun to use the Google Calendar. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Google is now scheduling my days. No more sticky notes scattered everywhere. No more old school calendar. Although I do still keep it right here because I can't really get rid of it yet because I'm emotionally attached to it because it's color coordinated. So we can't get rid of it. But I will, and I will admit I was wrong. The Google Calendar does make it kind of convenient. But only because sometimes I work from here and sometimes I work from the window and sometimes I work from the beach and sometimes I'm just in the car and something happens and I'm like, oh my God, I need to put this down. All right. So anyway, that is going on the calendar. Digital calendar. Y'all, I'm growing up. Adulting like a mofo. All right. So 2 arrested just over a month. So 8 years later. All right. So Crystal Rogers disappeared in Bardstown. And I'm making sure that we're still live, like making sure I haven't paused it over here. So there's still a verdict watch. We're still ain't nothing happening. Crystal Rogers disappeared in Bardstown, Kentucky 8 years ago. Despite numerous search warrants and interviews over the years, there's been little to shed light on the case. In August of 2020, the FBI took over the case, and 3 years later, my stomach is growling so loud. 3 years later, trying to read y'all's comments so I don't miss stuff. All right. So 3 years later, they made their first arrest in connection to the Crystal Rogers investigation. Let's see. August 2023. So last month, Nelson County man. So this is part of the new article. So this is from last month. Nelson County man Joseph Lawson was arrested in connection to Crystal Rogers' disappearance. He was indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with evidence. News of his arrest was released on September 7th. Soon after the arrest, investigative journalist Shay McAllister released a story on a possible link between Joseph Lawson and Brooks Houck. We'll look at that in a second. Authorities arrested Houck without incident. I'm eating my hair again. early Wednesday morning and has since been booked into multiple jails. He has 3 different mugshots and 2 are in orange jumpsuits. By word of mouth and social media, just about the entire community had heard the news, and they said, just thrilled, thank goodness. Lifelong Bardstown resident Donna, I think I'm old lady glass on. Was that like Blanco? Said, finally some justice. Get him locked up. Former Bardstown mayor and current Nelson County historian Dixie Hibbs described the moments following Houck's arrest Wednesday morning when the telephone was ringing all over town. Hibbs said that there's relief knowing Houck is in custody. Now, is he guilty? Is he not? That'll have to be taken out in court, Hibbs said. Hibbs has witnessed a community in agony waiting for answers and an arrest. Now they've seen 2 in just over a month. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Could you imagine that family being, oh my God, let me put some toast in the dang toaster, bossy. All right. In the meantime, I got bread crust. I'm eating. All right. Sidebar. I'm eating. All right. So, FBI Louisville statement on Houck's arrest. In coordination with the Kentucky State Police, other local and federal law enforcement partners, FBI Louisville has been laser focused on our commitment to hold accountable those that were responsible for the disappearance of Crystal Rogers. Today, we take the first step in making good on that promise. They arrested Brooks without incident on charges stemming from the Crystal Rogers investigation. His indictment remains sealed, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so the Ellis family's statement on Houck's arrest. Today represents a significant milestone in the lives of so many. It is hard to express the many emotions our family is feeling. We have prayed fervently for 8 years that this day would come for Shelley Ballard. The strength, bravery, and fidelity Sherry has exhibited these past 8 years has continually renewed our family's resolve. Today, we rejoice with Sherry and Crystal's family and friends. The announcement of today's arrest is one we have all hoped and prayed for. It has been 10 disconcerting years since Jason's murder. Moving forward with no answers or justice has been disheartening. We applaud the FBI, law enforcement, and prosecutors for countless hours and unrelenting dedication to these cases in Bardstown and Nelson County. Today, we celebrate that justice is being served for Crystal and are optimistic that answers are around the corner for Jason. That's crazy, right? Well, I need reminders to hydrate too. I'll get a bottle of water when I get up to get my toast. I love y'all. I love y'all. All right, so That's crazy, isn't it? I think that the thing about the other dude, this other fella, Joseph Lawson, thing about him was something new to me. Good morning, y'all. Look at everybody filing on in late. Come on in, y'all. Get a seat. I'm just eating bread crust, and I'm about to eat toast. I'm eating. All right. This part was new last month. All right, so let's talk about him. For the first time, I'm eating. I actually like the crust. Is it weird to just eat like a piece of like the bread end? So I think like what's going to make my stomach quit growling the quickest? Now I don't even need the toast. I had a bread end. GDD's like, yeah, that's weird. You're weird. You're definitely weird. All right, Judge Judy. Get it? Because you're Judy D. Judge Judy. Fun fact, some of our members have been on Judge Judy, and they did not win a funnel cake. All right. So, a Kentucky State Police detective executed a warrant on 32-year-old Joseph Lawson in August of 2023, 2 months after a grand jury indicted him on 2 charges. Lawson's attorney, Kevin Coleman, confirmed his client was indicted on charges related to the disappearance of Crystal. Lawson, he don't look like a happy camper right there, does he? Wait, heel? Heel? Back slice? Y'all always call stuff different than I do. Heel. Well, now we got to do a poll. Back slice, heel. Now we got to do a poll. Look, I think we should make a new 13-juror rule. New 13-juror rule. From now on, other than buggy, because y'all, I cannot bring myself to call it a carriage or a cart or whatever nonsense y'all were saying that one day. It's a buggy. You go grocery shopping with a buggy. You put your food in the buggy. You put your youngin' in the buggy. Put everything in the buggy. And then you put your buggy up because that's good manners. So that one's a non-negotiable. But some of this stuff, trolley. That was the one. Judy said, "No, it's a cart." Mods, time her out. Just joking. I think we should make a new 13-juror rule. And I think that every time we disagree on all these words, we should take a poll, and whoever, I say whoever, like this is like a competition, like we're going to like, you know, like gladiator style fight to call. No, but like whatever word wins majority, we will like have to force ourselves to all start using that terminology. 13-juror rule. So then it's like if we're watching video and they're at the Walmart, because you know there's going to be video at a Walmart, and we're like, oh, hey, there's a buggy. You're not allowed to call it a trolley or a cart or a carriage or what was all the weirdness y'all calling? Okay, so bread. What do we call breads? What do we call breads? The bread end pieces. What are bread end pieces? Okay, so somebody said heel. Y'all, and this is, oh, I typed hell. Same thing. Heel. And this is like binding. This is one of those things that we're going to have to, like, this is real life. You're going to have to follow these rules. The Dan end pieces. I just say end pieces. Crust end piece. All right. The crust. I called it the crust too, because I said a minute ago, I got a piece of crust. End piece. We got option for one more. So far we got heel, crust, and end piece. It's the bum of the bread. The bum of the bread. We're going to go with bum for 300, Alex. All right, y'all ready? This is, I've never called it the heel. I say the end piece with crust. But the problem is now we all have to learn this and practice it. Because we are in solidarity in this. We can't be eating the same thing and calling it different things. That's not how families work. Let me go butter my heel. And I'm hydrating. Got me some water. All right. Let me eat my heel. %52% are saying heel. 21% are saying crust. 20% are saying end piece. And 6% are saying bum. Y'all just be taking all my words away. I can't even say fanny anymore because it means something totally different over across the pond. All right. Well. All right, y'all. We got to call it the heel from now on. It's been decided. Cambridge Dictionary says heel too. Well, Cambridge says it. Then Lord of mercy. Lisa Wilmot said, it's a crust. I would not dream of buttering a bum. Lisa Wilmot. Not even on your birthday? No judgment here. Good morning, Allie B from Tennessee. Maryland, Mississippi got gifted membership yesterday. Welcome, welcome. You look good in green. What does Fanny mean over there? Well, over there it means it's well, you know how every time I say something about Fanny, I'm talking about your rear end. Well, they're talking about your front end. On a lady. So I can't say Fanny anymore because we're international up in here. And there are some things I said that gives it a whole new meaning. Learn something new every day. Michael M says, it will always be the end piece for me. Okay, Michael M, it can be the end piece, but when you're in here, we have to go with the poll because it's still going to be the end piece for me too when I'm out there, but we just won't tell anybody. Won't tell anybody. Let's see. Did the clock stop? I don't know. Did it? They don't have the clock up on this one. Sassy Southern Law Nerd, good morning. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Thank you for all y'all do. Y'all keep me on my toes. Keep me medicated, hydrated, fed. Y'all are so good to me. My uncle says hind parts for your rear end. I call it different things. I have a whole lot of words for a whole lot of things, and a whole lot of people don't even like look at me like I'm crazy when I say it. Not people back home, but you know, when I went to Ohio, when those 6 years I lived in Ohio, I got some funny looks. And I was in Southern Ohio. I was like near Kentucky, and I still got Miss Worldwide. Prestige Worldwide. All right. Nayanar said, I had to lift my head off my pillow to teach you youngsters something. Crust is on every piece. Heel is the end. But it is still the crust. It's still the crust. Right? Melody says, I cannot believe this verdict for Amie Harwick is taking so long. I would have thought under 2 hours. Yeah. The one that we have on back here is for Cara. And they don't have a clock on it. The one for Amie, what they ended at yesterday, it was like 4.5 hours or something. I don't remember. We'll have to pull it up. Democracy in here. Yes. Can't make me say any of your made up words. I have so many like words and sayings, and I'll say stuff and people are like, what? But let me tell you, half of them came from Rusty Churchwell himself. He had some good ones. I repeat my daddy's stuff all the time. He used to tell people that when he'd get annoyed, you know, if they weren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, he'd be like, you're about as useful as an elevator in an outhouse. Made me laugh. He told this one fella that came applying for a job. He had like piercings everywhere. And it was a body shop. So my dad was like, aren't you going to get like infected or something? Because there's like, Bondo dust and all kinds of stuff flying. And you got all them holes. And my dad was trying to he was trying to say it in a nice way. Or like trying to say it like in a, not nice because he wasn't like trying to be nice. He was trying to be like, he was saying it like in a concerned way. Like, isn't this going to be a problem? And bless his heart, he was trying to say it. And he was like, he told the guy that, because the guy was like, why would it be a problem? And he's like, because of all the holes and stuff. He's like, what do you mean the holes? And my dad's like blown away that this fella doesn't have any idea what he's talking about with all these piercings and stuff. And he's like, my dad was like, because it looks like you went like bobbing for apples in a tackle box. So you got holes everywhere. And I'm just trying to make sure that if you work out there that, all the dust and stuff isn't going to affect him. I about died. He turned down the job after that, but I wonder what he's doing now. The Salty Sabo, allow me to speak freely for a moment. Oh no, that never ends well. The NPCs are called I'm not saying that out loud, are called that due to the fact that every touch, that is, go to your corner. Go to your corner. Chat is off the rails. Off the rails. It's verdict day. It's Friday Eve. I've had 2 hours of sleep. I'm eating my heels. So yeah, you could say things are going pretty well. Off the rails. Field trip. Pavement, not sidewalk. My family calls a hose pipe. Whoa, you're going to make digital stickers for Google. You can make digital stickers for a Google Calendar? That's a thing? How's that work? How do you make digital stickers? And where do you stick them? And where do you get them from? I have questions. How's that work? Look at me, tech goddess, learning something new. For those of you just joining us, I'm a tech goddess now. Throwing that out there. Throwing that out there. If you need tech support, I'm your girl. It's the Catalina wine mixer. You heard me make that reference a minute ago. I can quote me some Step Brothers now. I love me some Step Brothers. Prestige worldwide. I am mesmerized by chat. Y'all here. This is one of the things. Okay, so a lot of times like during the day we're focused so much on what's going on in the trial. And when we get these moments like where we get to actually talk a little bit, like it's some of my favorite times, like just getting to really interact with y'all and laugh with y'all and get to know y'all more, because y'all hear me blabbering on all day every day, but when we have these moments where I get to actually go through chat more and comments more, stuff like that, that's what I love. That's one of the things I love. What could the jury possibly be confused about? On which one? I think that I can understand them trying to figure out which of the three it would be, as far as like manslaughter, murder in the first, murder in the second, just going by law. Because we know he's responsible for her death. So I guess like just trying to go through the law of it. But I don't know. And then in this one, the Cara case, they're just waiting on paint to dry. Fresh paint. They said, oh, you know what I just thought of? They said the F word twice yesterday, and so did I. Somebody mark that down on the calendar. I need a wine cork for that. My first F-bomb. Their first F-bomb. I put in 2 of them. They put in 2 of them. Where's my cork? F-bomb. 9/27/23. Tell us what you call pine needles again. Well, it's not the needles. It's, well, pine straw. Pine straw is the needles. And pine aisles are like the beds that you have that have the pine straw in them. Pine straw. Pine straw. Duh. Everybody says that, right? Shoot, we're doing another poll. Which is it? Pine needles. So many syllables. Or pine straw. This one's not for the official 13th juror dictionary. This one's just because there's no way on God's green earth I'm ever going to be able to say pine needles instead of pine straw. This is just so that I know if y'all need to change your vocabulary. Pine straw. What do you mean what? Yes, pine straw. It's pine straw. Pine straw. Let's see. Useful as a chocolate teapot. I like that. Brain Church, while your daddy was country as an ear of corn. Yes, he was. One of the things that I remember Mark Tinsley was getting people just being hateful to him on Twitter and stuff. And I'd said something to him about, one of my daddy's sayings was like, the pigs, let the pigs waller. The pigs are going to waller in their mud regardless, let the pigs waller, but don't you go wallering with them because you got places to be. You can't dirty yourself up because you got places to be. And I told him that, and he was like, Tinsley was like, oh, I really like that. I'm going to use that. And he shared it. And then like all these views were on it. And I remember thinking I was like that, like my daddy would be tripping out if he knew that like tens of thousands of people had seen one of his little sayings. Like we didn't even have that many people in our town, He'd be tripping out if he knew that so many people heard some of his sayings. I miss that man. He was a jokester. He was 6'8". It's like Superman. He was so freaking funny. And he has like the longest legs ever because obviously he's 6'8". And when he would tell a joke, because he was funny, he was witty. Him and my mom are both real funny. That's where I get it. Hilarious. Him and my mama are both real funny, but he had like he's such a jokester. He's such a good storyteller. Like he could tell you funny stories about things that he did, and he would have you so involved in it and just listening and hanging on to every word and waiting for the next, funny moment or whatever. He was so funny and such a good storyteller. But he was so funny because when he would get to a part that he knew was funny, where he knew everybody's gonna be laughing at him, when he was sitting there, he always had a glass of sweet tea in one hand. And he would get to like the funny part or whatever, and he'd shake his little legs. His little knees would go back and forth because, like, you know, his legs ain't never going to sit still on a chair. Like, he's so tall, so his knees are automatically like off of every chair he ever sat on ever, unless it's a bar stool, and then he could, you know, it's like perfect for him. So for whatever reason, like when he would tell a joke and he would get to the funny part, he would, like, you know, I can see him now with that cup of like big styrofoam cup of sweet tea from Gus's, and he would, you know, his little knees would go back and forth or whatever when he's laughing. Oh my gosh, it was the funniest thing in the world. That man was a trip. Every single person I've ever like ran into over the years who knew him before were always like, you know, oh my gosh, one or two things, like, you know, oh, he coached me in Little League because he coached. My brother played and I played, and he coached. I mean, he coached everything but cheerleading, and he didn't coach cheerleading or my pageants, but he went to every single game and he went to every single pageant. Incredibly supportive dad, like just best dude in the world. I'm very much a daddy's girl, and but everybody that, you know, remembers him or runs into me is always talking about, you know, how funny he was, and then, you know, that how good he was with everybody, like the kids and stuff, like how, you know, what a good coach he was. He's very athletic, and he's actually in the, did y'all know there's a softball Hall of Fame? True story. My dad used to play softball when I was a baby. He played it before I was born too, and he played it like up to the point when I was, I don't know, like maybe middle school or something. And he traveled, like, I mean, he traveled all over the country playing and stuff, and he's in the softball Hall of Fame. He used to, he said the older he got, the less he liked to run. So he said, somebody asked him in they interviewed him one time in newspaper. I still got the newspaper article, and they interviewed him and were like, you know, well, how'd you get so good that you're always hitting home runs? And he's like, I'm getting older. I don't want to run. He's like, if I hit a home run, then all I got to do is just kind of jog around the bases. He's so funny. I can show y'all a picture. He is like, he's just the bee's knees. Let me pull up. Let's see. Meet my hair again instead of my heel. All right, so this is my daddy. Well, he's my grandfather, but we called him daddy because we couldn't say granddaddy. This is him riding me on the tractor. I don't know if I'm trying to like pose or be cute or what, but that's my brother, and that's my grandfather and me on the tractor. And this is my grandfather. He passed away last year. And then my nanny. Y'all hear me talk about her. I love my nanny. She and I are real close. And that's my nanny, my dad. Let me see. I don't want to show too many of my kid. I don't like showing him on here. Let's see. This is my dad. This is me and my brother and my dad. I got to exit out. I don't want to. Here's a close-upper. That's him. Handsome fella. Good Lord, was he funny. And then that's him. This was his last birthday that he had. I don't know if any of y'all who I'll look at this is when I tell y'all he used to come to all my pageants, He did. He was very supportive. He used to come to all my pageants. I don't know who was a member or watching with us in May. When we had see, he didn't know a dang thing about pageants, but he showed up. Didn't have a clue. Oh, this is actually kind of cool too. So this is Panama City Beach. I live now, this is when we were little. I live, if you look under the pier, I live like right here now. I walk by this every day when I'm walking Lucy. Kind of cool. That building is still there. That pier is still there. That pier is now a restaurant though. See? That was after one of my pageants. I was helping him towel. I haven't looked at these in years. That was at one of my graduations. That was my senior prom with the zebra print dress. Woo, woo. Another pageant. It's homecoming. He's a handsome fella. And that's him with Jacob. My son. I don't ever say his name either. I try not to. I slip sometimes. But that's my daddy. More tractors. I don't know why I have so many pictures of us on tractors. It's him, my brother. Look at that. Check out that hair. That's some hair. And look, I was sitting right beside him trying to be just like him. I just showed myself on the internets. I love that one too. God, I haven't looked at these in years. This is when I worked at the shop. Remember I told y'all that I used to do paint and body work on cars? I painted. That's why I'm so dirty. Look at my hands all cut up. I got grease and Bondo all over me. But I used to do paint and body work on cars. And I worked at our family shop. I managed the shop and I was the head painter. And I graduated college, y'all, with a 4.0 GPA. My dad 3.99. Let me not round up 0.01. 3.99 GPA. 3.998, I think is what it was. GPA. And he did not bat an eyelash. But I did my first flame job on a car, on a race car that used to race down at Eatonton Racetrack. I did my first flame job on a race car, and he called everybody in 3 counties to come look at it. It's hilarious. He's a good dad. I got very lucky. Very lucky. Man, he's funny. If someone does something dumb, my dad would say, well, aren't you as smart as a bucket of hammers? That's hilarious. That's cute. Oh, created by EJF. I make digital stickers for digital planners. So much fun. Good notes for them. Heck yeah. Hook me up. I don't know anything about it, but I'll learn it. Because I am a technical goddess now, remember? And I could do tasks on Google. I just learned how to put stuff in there as different colors too. I'm basically on fire learning all this new stuff. Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Not I said the fly. I'm learning all kinds of stuff. Children, not youngins. It depends on how comfortable I am in the moment. Look, I have relaxed me and I have professional mode me. And when I'm relaxed me, and y'all can tell, like, I will slip in and out of it here too. Like when I'm just sitting here, like just relaxed talking in this or whatever, like you hear more of like my, like I'll say things like youngin and stuff like that. When I go into like focus mode, then I don't say youngins. Like when I'm doing like interviews and stuff, I don't say, well, sometimes I do, but I'll be much more like, you know, aware of my words and my accent. Because man, people love to hear a Southern accent and say you're uneducated. I did not forget about the poll, but y'all are wrong. So I'm just going to leave it up there until it gets to where more people say pine straw, and then we can take it down. So my toast is not burnt. I do have it right here. I just haven't. I ate a piece of it. I put butter, just butter. I haven't gone to the store, so that's all I got. In Tennessee, if they are predicting snow, you better grab your whole loaf of bread, including the heels, to go with your jug of milk. Yeah, milk. There's like this running joke in Georgia, like if it's gonna, if it's gonna snow, everybody's gonna have their milk sandwiches. Gotta have your milk sandwiches. Let's see. Subs, hoagies, or submarines? I say subs. I say subs. Soda, pop, Coke, soft drink, Coke. Everything's a Coke. Everything's a Coke. I'm behind on chat, but I want to try to read everything y'all are saying. I like it. I like seeing what y'all say. It's always Coke. It's always Coke. Hey, Julie Carpenter. Yeah, it didn't feel like forever that they were reading the jury instructions. Forever. I have a phone appointment with my doctor in like 15 minutes, so I'm gonna have to mute it for a minute in 15 minutes. Okay, we don't have a name for the pine straw you put on flower beds, etc. It's a pine owl. It's a pine straw, and it goes in a pine owl. Y'all are making your own life harder by calling it pine needles. That's just extra syllables. You crazy? Pine straw. Pine straw. And pitchforks are real. I was in here talking about when I used to work on the farm. I used to bale pine straw. And Kathy was like, and I was explaining the process of it, and Kathy was like, wait, they're real? Yes. The pitchforks? Yes. Yes. Let's see. The actor that played Dumbledore in Harry Potter has passed away. Oh. That's sad. My dad was a tall man. 6'8". Try like being in high school when everybody knows your dad because he's done coached everybody in Walnut Grove, Georgia and Loganville, Georgia. And so everybody knows him. Everybody knows he loved his gun collection. And he's 6'8", strong as an ox. That made dating fun. Everybody's like, oh, your daddy's rusty. Nope. Just joking. But he did love to intimidate people. I only dated 2 people in high school. I was pretty I had 2 like long term, and then I would get out of the long term and be like, this is awful. And hang out with the girls. And then got in another one, and I was like, this is awful. And hang out with my friends. Yeah, the question is always, what kind of Coke do you want? It's Coke. Everything's Coke. Megan DeSoto, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on. Oh no. What did I do? Oh, I pressed. No, why can I hear myself now? That's not. All right. I can hear myself. Why? Testing. Nope. There we go. Okay, now. There we go. Look at me. Tech genius. Tech goddess. Fixing stuff again. Megan DeSoto, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're so good to me. You're so good to me. I look like my dad, really? Oh, that's cool. I've always heard I look like my mom and that my brother looks like my dad. He does have very kind eyes. I'll show you a picture of my mom. Everybody says I look like my mom. I think she's going to go to CrimeCon with me. She's the one that got me into true crime stuff. And so she was like jealous that I was there. Not jealous. She was happy for me, of course, but let's see. Wait, first, I want to show y'all, speaking of looking alike, this is me and my child. Oh, I just hit something. Dang it. I was trying to get a thing on it. Where'd it go? They haven't turned audio on yet. Chat, boyfriend is here. There we go. Now we're about to get audio. But look, we look just alike, don't we? Isn't that crazy? Crazy. Why don't we have audio? Oh, y'all have it? Let me see. I probably done messed up something. Audio. Channel. Oh, now I can hear it. Tech goddess.
Pandora's box of other stuff that they may want to see. There's a reason that it wasn't entered as an exhibit, and they can only consider testimony and exhibits.
Okay.
Oops.
You may be right, Mr. Gagny, but I am not inclined to spend more time to see if you can find the case and then have another discussion about this. So I'm going to
Tech goddess.
do what I said I was going to do earlier. But you may be correct about that. But on this point, I don't know that I would exercise that discretion even if I had it. So let's bring in the jury.
Bring the jury.
Yes, it is GG as in Gary, GG for ID. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Jury answer?
He is. I feel it. Still try to catch up on chat. So if I'm answering y'all like 45 minutes later, 10 minutes later. Psychology. I have a degree in psychology and I have a degree in education. Unhand that camera. All right, I've given up on y'all figuring out it's pine straw, so I'm ending that poll.
Morning. So I have a note from the jury that is dated today's date and signed by the foreperson that reads, may we have a roadmap of Western Massachusetts? And then goes on to read, may we have the poster board depicting the routes taken by Cochrane-Rintala on March 29, 2010. So the short answer to both questions is no. But let me elaborate a bit. As to the poster board, to the extent that that was shown to you as a way of assisting you in visualizing the testimony of the witness who accompanied the display of that poster board, you may consider it just like you may consider the testimony of that witness, but you will have to rely on your collective memory of what you heard and saw in terms of the poster board. In terms of the road map of Western Massachusetts, you are limited to the evidence that you heard during the course of this trial and the exhibits that have been admitted. And so I will just remind you once again that you are not to conduct any form of outside research or investigation inside or outside of the jury room. And so don't be tempted to do so in that respect. All right, I'm going to send you back to resume your deliberations.
Well, that's interesting. Pine straw is from from the pine trees. It's the straw that falls from the pine trees. I'm like 5'8.5". I always say 5'9". I'm really like 5'8.5" now. My youngin is 6'4". So they're wanting that. Remember that we saw that map where, because remember we went back when we saw it. We went back and paused so we could see it.
Else?
Whatever day that was.
So we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
We do have new mods. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, doctor's appointment. Oh, I still got 2 minutes. Snapchat boyfriend. Oh yeah, that picture of Jacob. Isn't that crazy? My eyes are a little bit more like light gray blue. Usually, if I wear like that blue that I wore yesterday, my eyes are like more royal blue, but his are like royal blue. I do too, though, Kathy. That woman loves a light colored suit in the fall. Stretch out summer as much as you can. Technically, it still is summer. Technically. Right? When's the first day of fall? Um, hold on, I gotta mute this. I can rewind it so y'all can hear it again while I'm waiting, while I'm in my little thing for my dog.
Your Honor, we're back on Commonwealth versus Cara-Rintala, 1180 CR 128.
Right, so we have a question from the jury, actually two questions. The note, which is dated today, or today's date and signed by the foreperson reads, may we have a road map of Western Massachusetts, and then may we have the poster board depicting the routes taken by Cara-Rintala on March 29th, 2010. So the short answer to both questions is no. I think it would make sense, though, for me to elaborate a bit in two ways. First, as to the poster board, I will tell them that if, to the extent that it was shown to them, they can consider it, but like witness testimony, they have to rely on their collective memory of what they observed. I also think it would make sense for me to remind them, based on the first question, that they cannot conduct any form of outside research or investigation inside or outside the jury room. Any objection or suggestion?
In terms of and I didn't mean to jump in front of you, Council, but in terms of no outside research, is the court going to tell them not to conduct their own investigation and or limit their consideration to the evidence that was presented here in courtroom. Okay.
Yes, I mean, I can add that as sort of part of that.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Your Honor, on the two routes, demonstrative aid, which was marked for ID only, I could be wrong about this, but I seem to recall there being an option of letting the jury come back into the courtroom to observe it, so long as there's no commentary or anything accompanying it. And if that's an option, which again, I'm not 100% sure it is, but something tells me that that's been done before, let them see it, then go back and continue deliberating. So if we could just, I'm not sure if time would permit for us to research that or explore that option. If it is an option, I think it's within your discretion, and I'd like to at least explore that if we could.
And Judge, our position would be, are you targeting that?
I am.
Okay. Opposition would be, we object to it, it's not an exhibit. You told the jurors already what they consider was the testimony of witnesses and exhibits. And if you expand it now to the things marked for identification, you're gonna open up a Pandora's box of other stuff that they may wanna see. There's a reason that it wasn't entered as an exhibit, and they can only consider testimony and exhibits.
Okay. You may be right, Mr. Gagnon, but I am not inclined to spend more time to see if you can find the case and then have another discussion about this. So I'm going to do what I said I was going to do earlier, but you may be correct about that, but on this point, I don't know that I would exercise that discretion even if I had it. So let's bring in the jury.
It's, yes, it is GG as in Gary, GG for ID. Thank you. Jury answer?
Look, I'm on hold again. Listen to this music. Leah, go to 13thjurorpodcast.com and up at the top where it says conspiracy in Canton, click on that and all the charts are on there. Y'all don't hear that? All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. All right, so make sure we're still live and I didn't hit pause on accident. All right, so let's get back. Oh yeah, I was going to show you a picture of my mom, and then we're going to get back into like the actual stuff that we're looking at. Didn't I have? Oh yeah. Oh, now that's in my head. So actually, this is kind of funny. I'll show you this picture of my mom. This is, this is my mom. This is my mom, and this is me. In her, I'm wearing her shirt 40 years later. She went to this concert, Hank Williams Jr. concert, Bocephus. She went to that concert in 78. And then when I was going through stuff, I found that shirt and was like, oh my God, I have to have it. I still have that shirt. It's from 1978 from the tour he was doing. But it was just like it wasn't like a huge stadium tour. This is in, 70s. But it has like the set list and stuff on the back, and I have that. And actually, I was looking because he's coming to Florida. I can't remember when. Somebody sent me a thing saying he's coming, and I was like, oh my gosh, I should go and wear the shirt. But that's my mom, and that's me. I say that's me like y'all don't know what I look like. All right, so let's see. We had a little break, but let's get back to business. Where is my... Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So before we got sidetracked talking about family and looking at pictures, we were talking about Crystal Rogers and the case where obviously Brooks got arrested, but also the other dude, Joseph Lawson. So Joseph Lawson was arrested in August. So let's read a little bit about that. He doesn't look happy. So for the first time since Crystal Rogers was reported missing in 2015, federal investigators have made arrests. Let's see. Okay, so Kentucky State Police detective executed a warrant on 32-year-old Joseph Lawson 2 months after a grand jury indicted him on 2 charges. His attorney confirmed his client was indicted on charges related to the disappearance of Rogers. Lawson called into his court arraignment on Thursday from a hospital bed. Attorneys and a Nelson County judge were on the other end of the video from the county's circuit courtroom. Nelson County grand jury returned a true bill on 2 charges against Lawson: conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. According to the indictment, both charges stem from an incident on the 4th of July weekend. Now, remember, she went missing on the 3rd was the last time she was seen in 2015. that is the same weekend Rogers was reported missing. Oh, I guess I could have just kept on reading instead of telling y'all that. And just days before, her keys, phone, and purse were found inside her car on the side of the Bluegrass Highway. Bluegrass Parkway, sorry. Lawson is accused of destroying, mutilating, concealing, or removing physical evidence and aiding in the commission or planning of a crime that intentionally caused the death of another person. 3 months after Rogers was reported missing, the Nelson County Sheriff's Department announced she was presumed dead and her former boyfriend, Brooks, was the main suspect in her disappearance. So how is Lawson involved? His name may sound unfamiliar, but this isn't the first time we've heard the name come up in this investigation. Steve Lawson was mentioned in one of the very first police interviews between Nelson County Detective John Snow. How much do y'all love it that his name is John Snow? John Snow knows nothing. Well, this John Snow does. I love that his name is John Snow. Anyway, between Nelson County Detective John Snow and the main suspect in Rogers' disappearance, Brooks Houck. So the interrogation took place inside the Nelson County Sheriff's Department. The detective had asked who was on the other end of the line during a late night phone call on the night Rogers disappeared. Snow says, "Who's Steve Lawson?" Houck said, "Steve Lawson works for me." Sorry. Yes, Game of Thrones. You know nothing, Jon Snow. What if he'd have said that? Like, what if the interview he'd have said that? You know nothing, Jon Snow. So, oh, hold on. All right, bye-bye. Okay. Sorry, they called back. They forgot to get my copay. All right, I don't know who. It's like the same sad little lonely person who comes in every time under different names and tries to spam it. Bless his little heart. Oh, what a boring life. All right, so they said, Jon Snow said, "Who is Steve Lawson?" And Houck said, "Steve Lawson works for me." Houck told the detective that he couldn't remember why Steve Lawson had called him so late. And then he picked up his phone and called him inside the interrogation room, which is weird, right? That's weird. He picked up his phone and called him inside the interrogation room. So Houck says, the other night you called me really, really late. I can't remember what you were calling me about. Steve Lawson told Houck he called him with a question about rental properties, which Houck replied he had to ask Crystal and would call her to ask and would call him back. Detective Snow had to think about that answer and followed up with another question regarding an earlier statement Houck had made. Jon Snow says, so that begs the question in my mind. If she's in the truck next to you when she called, why would you need to call her? These are questions. So they have since learned that Steve Lawson has a son named Joseph. That being said, they cannot confirm if he is the same man who was arrested. Barntown. Oh, Ernie Shell's back. Y'all just, when they come back, just remove them for good. Like, I don't know how to do all that. Just delete them. All of his little sad little accounts. Unsub to Brandy. Everybody go unsub. Because Ernie said so. And when Ernie says so, we just get to going. Got to listen to Ernie. So he's being held in federal custody at the Grayson County Detention Center. He's being held on 2 bonds, one for $500,000 and a second for $50,000. His next court date is set for October 26th. Let's put that one on our calendars too, just so we can keep an eye on that. Because, let's see. Crystal Rogers case. All right, we're going to put that one on there too. Look at me using my digital calendar. Technical goddess. Technical goddess. Team Crystal said, we are excited that the FBI is moving forward. This is huge for Sherry, her family, and the entire community. Can y'all imagine though? Like, think about it. I don't know if y'all watched the documentary or anything, but like, man, that seeing just the pain, you know, when they talk about it, like, I mean, she was so young, and she was a mother of 5. Like, that's 5 kids. That's so sad. It's awful. So he's arrested. That's incredible. That's a good thing. Hopefully justice for Crystal and answers for the family. Let's look up her dad while we're see what we can find out about. I told y'all what I remembered about them. Tommy, I think. So this is his poster. FBI is offering a reward. And this was like, what did I say? Like 16 months or something after it happened. Yeah, November, August, September, October, November. So yeah, 16 months. I came here to do math, y'all. FBI is offering a reward of up to $10,000 for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individuals responsible for the homicide of Tommy Ballard. After his daughter Crystal Rogers disappeared in July 2015, Tommy Ballard created Team Crystal, a group of Bardstown, Kentucky community members dedicated to finding Crystal and bringing her home. On the morning of November 19, 2016, 16 months after Crystal's disappearance, Ballard was prepared for, look, they had it in here, and I sat here and did the math on my own. Not only am I a technical goddess, I am basically a mathematician. All right. He was preparing for a hunting trip with his 12-year-old grandson on family property next to Bluegrass Parkway in Bardstown. An unknown subject fired one shot and hit Ballard in the chest and instantly killed him. So here's the thing. Okay, so you know how if a branch falls, it's broken, wind or storms or, whatever, like it's going to be like jagged. So they had shown when they went out there that there was like a fresh cut. And the way that they were looking at it, they were saying that this goes to like straight, to where he was found or to where he was shot. And he was showing like it looked like there was like, notch in the tree or whatever. Like, so it's like he posted up right there waiting. And then, it's one shot in the chest instantly kills him. And Tommy Ballard was very vocal about trying to, get justice for his daughter, of course, like any daddy would be. He's wanting to, while Brooke is, Brooks is like behind the scenes, Tommy Ballard's out there creating a scene. He's the one, trying to make sure that nobody forgets, his daughter, and he wants answers. He wants to keep it at the front of everybody's mind so that they can, get answers. He can get justice for his daughter. And so there are theories that he was targeted because of that. Which is awful. It's so much loss for a family. It makes me so sad for them. But I think it was his grandson that was with him. Somebody asked if he had a kid. Yeah, it was his grandson with him, his 12-year-old grandson that was with him. But yeah, the Oxygen documentary. I think that's the one that I watched. But it's been a while, so I don't remember if that's what, but I think that's when I watched, because I listened to the podcast too, the Bardstown podcast. Let's see. There's Jessica Knoll, who sweet as she can be. She's an investigative journalist, very, very talented. I met her this weekend in person, finally. She's got part of this. Okay, all right, here we go. So the Bardstown actually goes into 5 cases. It's hosted by Shay McAllister. It goes into 5 cases that have upended life in small town rural community and see what connections could exist between them. Obviously, Crystal and her dad, that's an obvious connection, but their whole hope with all of that was if you know, if you solve one, maybe it could lead to answers in another. So I hope so, man. I hate the thought of families not having answers. All right. So that is some of our breaking news from yesterday. Let's talk about Suzanne. Let me get some stuff pulled up for her. Look at me with my little Google Calendar. Adulting. Adulting. All right. All right. So this one is another big. Are we buffering? I just saw buffering. That never happens. Buffering? Are we buffering? All right. I have Brandy on iPhone and RA on TV. Tell him I said hi. Tell him I said hello. All right, let's see. All right, so let's talk about Suzanne. So this is another one that if you have not, like, even if you maybe don't remember the name right away, you will probably remember hearing about it, because it's another one that is just it has been everywhere. It's been very high profile for various reasons. Chipmunk hunting, for example, spy pens, for example. There's all kinds of things that make this interesting. What hits me about this one is, I mean, obviously, anytime a life is lost. This Kelly P. Have you ever been watching both RA and Brandy and started chatting about something you were watching in the wrong chat? I think people have done that before, because sometimes I've like wonder if I just miss a bunch of chat, or if y'all are meaning to say something to a different chat. All right, so all right, so this one's been everywhere, y'all. Like, this one is one of those that, like I said, anytime it has anything to do with, like victims losing their life, and nobody's a perfect victim. So like, there's not ever going to be like, except for the babies, there ain't nothing the babies can do that, can make them not perfect victims. And by perfect victim, what I mean is like the term, not an actual perfect victim. It's like the term, like, there's never going to be anybody who doesn't have their own, issues, but that is more or less like an acknowledgement of, this real stuff that happens is not like the movies. It's not like, just this, Mother Teresa type that has never done any wrong in her whole entire life, gets killed by a bad guy who's never done anything right in his whole entire life. That's not reality. So there are going to be, different things that, that make people what they call like not a perfect victim, whatever. So like, like having an affair or, doing things like that. Drug use, for like just stuff like that. So when that is talked about, I want to make something, and I know that we all know this, like, but anybody that's just new and doesn't know how we work or whatever, anytime stuff like that is mentioned, like, we can always acknowledge that people are human and nobody's going to be perfect. So like the whole perfect victim thing it's just not a thing. But under no circumstances do we ever tolerate victim blaming. So now victim blaming, like, I mean, look, if you like come at somebody swinging a machete and you get shot, yeah, that's the victim's fault. That's, that's not, you're not really the victim, you're the attacker. So you get what you get and you don't pitch fit. That's different. But somebody who is, their life is taken from them, that's an actual true victim. Nobody's going to be perfect. And although I know that those things come up in cases and it's things that you have to acknowledge because it can create a series of events and stuff like that, I want to be very clear that that is part of, some of the stuff that leads to series of events, but there's no series of events that should have led to her losing her life. So I want to be, because y'all know how I'm about victim blaming. I mute my microphone, cussing and hollering when I hear the victim blaming. So I want to make sure we say that, because as we go through this, I don't want anybody using anybody's past, or present or present at the time, whatever, like decisions, I want to be very careful. I want to honor the victims, whatever. Y'all know what I mean. All right. So created by EJF says, I know someone who killed her abuser in self-defense actually 6 years ago today. She's still sitting in prison because of victim blaming on her. She gets to come home to her babies next year. That's how it was with it's hard sometimes watching the justice system play out in a way that, trying to decide if something was self-defense or triggered, or if it's, self-defense or not. It's like the Travis, when we were watching Travis, honestly, like I went into Travis thinking, like, I try to go into every single trial, except for the ones I know too much about. I knew too much about Murdoch. I knew too much about Thami. But other than those, I try to go into, every trial, like before I start researching, with a completely open mind. But I'll always have instinctively, when you hear just what you hear in the beginning, you're going to be like, okay, on most trials, one side is going to look better or worse than the other. And that doesn't mean that you're going into it thinking that person's guilty. It just means this is the information that just on the, basic knowledge of what you've been given, you're like, oh, well, this doesn't sound good. So it's kind of like a movie trailer. Like, this is, this looks like it's going to be like this, or this looks like it's going to be like this. Sorry, my phone's blowing up. I have somebody who's trying to get me to help with a book. All right. And Oakley's Angels is messaging me too. We're going to talk about that later too. All right. So, so yeah, so you go into it like thinking like, well, maybe one side sounds better or worse than the other, but you don't really know until you hear everything. So like going into the Travis Rudolph case, for example, I was like, when I heard that there were however many shots, there were like 30, I forget now, because once I'm out of a case, some of the details start to fade away, but it was like whatever, 32 shots or whatever, 32 rounds or whatever that were fired, whatever it was. And it was like, oh yeah, 32 rounds were fired and they were driving away. And I was like, well, that doesn't sound like self-defense. But then of course, when we go through the trial, we're like, okay, wait a minute. What we've been told isn't what the reality was. Yes, they were driving, but they were driving toward him and had guns pointed at him. And, like, so I mean, like you hear things in the beginning, but it changes. So it's hard sometimes with the self-defense versus, like just murder or manslaughter or, whatever the case is. It's hard sometimes going into those because you're literally having to rely on other people to decide if you felt like your life was in danger. Can you imagine how scary that would be? Travis spent, years of his life not knowing what was going to happen, like not knowing what his future holds, having to put his entire life on hold. We got verdict. And having to wait on wait on 12 people to decide if they felt like he felt like his life was in danger. Just trying to see if they said anything in comments. So going into it, I was like, I got questions. But then hearing it, I'm like, I've done the same thing. Oh, a little fuzzy head. Could you imagine somebody, showing up at your house in the middle of the night, armed, pointing guns, telling you it's demon time, you're going to die tonight and all that stuff. And then when we had Mark Shiner on, having him tell us everything about how, that gun that they found, they didn't even find that because they were investigating anything. Here we go, audio. They found that because they were thinking that DJ had a gun. So you never really know going into a trial. But I can't imagine having to let 12 people decide. Who's he whistling? Oh, he's whistling for the audio. I was like, who's he calling in there like that? I don't know. They don't whistle for a dang jury, do they? I mean, I don't know how it works in Massachusetts. I ain't never seen them whistle for a jury. That one was an emotional trial for me too. There have been a few emotional ones that I've gone through lately for different reasons. That one was emotional because I felt so strongly about it, about his innocence and about what was happening to him, about the lack of, ethics from the prosecution, about the lack of investigation. I felt so strongly about that. And then the victim blaming. Y'all saw me muting my mic, hollering, and I was so disappointed in myself at the end of those streams because I was like, man, I wanted so badly to just stay calm. But when they started the victim blaming and then they said the thing about how, so you're admitting that you called her a bitch and you deserve to be hit. Like, she called him that first and he didn't hit her. So why would that logic make sense for he deserved it, but she didn't? Nobody deserves it. Nobody deserves that. Oh, that one just drove me. I was so disappointed in myself for losing my cool on that. But I did mute my mic at least because I knew I was not going to be able to control this sassy mouth. But that one was a really hard one. And I cried, of course. I'm a crier sometimes. I was never a crier until recently, until like the last year or so. But I cried during the verdict, like just the sense of relief, because it was just so emotional. And I'm still ill as a hornet about how they did everything. And I talked to Mark Shiner the other day, actually. He and I were texting, and him and Heidi are doing well. So I keep in touch with them. And I haven't spoken to Travis's family in a few weeks. So actually, I need to text and see how they're doing. They sent me a shirt. They sent me and one other YouTuber who streamed the trial shirts that the family had made, which was kind of cool. And I got that. And then I, like on his on Travis's Instagram live or Instagram story thing, whatever the other day, he had it
Audio's
on.
on. Check, check, check. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Are you hearing anything, Nick? Check, check, check. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, check, check. No, not hearing anything.
Not hearing anything. Oh my God. Vanderlazy. She was awful. She was awful. I dug up so much stuff on her. Like her close friendship with the prosecutor who screamed at us all at the end. Francine. Found pictures of them on Facebook. Love you, girl. You looked so hot last night. And Francine's spouse is also a homicide detective. So all of them were like thick as thieves. So no wonder they were saying what each other wanted them to say. Teresa, hello. Great interview the other day. I caught it on Rewind. I'm so glad you liked it. It's on the podcast now, too, like the 13 Juror podcast, like the audio one. So if y'all didn't get to see it, I recommend you watch it on YouTube so you can see Dr. Kinsey and the Mandys, especially because Mandy Powers said, she said she was so excited. She said, I curled my hair for this. She's adorable. I love her so much. To be so smart and also so kind. And then Matney, of course, I love her so much. Actually, she shouted out 13th Juror podcast on, if you haven't listened to True Sunlight yet. What are they doing to us? 13th Juror, she said, actually, if y'all watched it the other day, that picture that I showed of take two. Jim and Dick at the meet and greet when they had nobody in their line. So she brought that up on True Sunlight today. I was listening to it this morning when I was walking Lucy, and she said she brought up that picture, whatever, that I had taken, and she was like, my friend Brandy Churchwell, and her podcast, 13th Juror podcast. I was like, yay! So it's like so she mentioned she loved being on here with us. She mentioned our podcast on hers today. I thought that was kind of cool. I love her to death. I think she's fantastic, and she's actually become a friend of mine. I appreciate her support. And then Dr. Kinsey, how can you not just love Dr. Kinsey? When I met him this weekend, I was just like just talking to him, just sitting there hanging out talking. It's just like talking to old friends. He's one of the kindest, most humble, and smartest people. I was cheering hard for Travis too. Why?
I'll take it up. Yes. Yeah, I went to there, to there, to there, to there, to that.
That was really
And it worked.
loud. Oh, did they? I was in there for
You guys
part of
hear
it, and
me
then
on
I
your
had
end?
to.
I'm gonna turn the audio off.
I had to
No levels.
pause it, so I had to take a phone call, and so I missed the rest of it. I gotta watch the rest of it today.
I'm gonna reset.
Hey, Advocate, yes. When they're done with here
I don't
with
see
this,
levels coming up on the screen.
I'll message you right now. That's exactly what they're doing. They're learning from my technical goddess.
Copy. Everybody copied, but nobody actually wrote it in.
It's not what brought the troll. That's the same loser that comes back around every once in a while. Different accounts. I know exactly where they're coming from.
That's a stop.
And I'm gonna keep smiling, and we're all just gonna pretend like we don't know, but I know. Ernie.
Audio looks good on my end. Are you guys good over there? I'm gonna turn it down if you are.
Actually, Judy, I am going to have him on the podcast when I get to some of the stuff. Sorry.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check, check. Go check up everything else in the room. Audio. Check 1. Northampton, Massachusetts.
All right, I'm gonna have to mute that. That's a little much. It's a little too much. They still going. Anyway, I'm gonna have him on when I do the episode about the injuries and stuff like that. I'm gonna have him. I would like to have Joe Scott Morgan because he's done the show before too. We did an awesome interview with him.
Okay, turning audio off now. Hopefully you guys got it. Just confirm when you can. Oh, thank you.
That was anticlimactic. Anticlimactic. Muffin Man says justice now. Yeah, we're getting like, what do we got? Like 15 minutes or so until the other one starts. Michelle Jones says, I wish we could have met your dad. He sounds like a character. He was a character. Man, he was funny. Remix. Wicka wicka. That's what he was doing. He heard me trying to do it earlier and he was like, look, I'm gonna one up this girl who thinks she's something with her mad DJ skills. Wicka wicka. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Who was telling him it wasn't working? Somebody just didn't have their audio set right. And if they would call me the technical goddess, I could help them. Did I get to see Joseph Scott Morgan at CrimeCon? I sure did. And he was awesome. I got to talk to him a couple times. Lindsay Hendricks, do we have verdict brows on? We're functioning right now about 96% capacity with the verdict brows. I only slept about 2 hours, so there wasn't enough time for them to really come off. We were worried about the Morse code eyebrows. Who was it that? Because that's not a me joke. That's a funny joke, but that was not a me joke. I don't get credit for that one. Who called him the Morse code eyebrows? Somebody on Night Court. Oh my gosh, cracked me up. So we were worried about the Morse code eyebrows, but I only have one bald spot. So we're doing pretty good with the verdict eyebrows. We still got 2 verdicts we're waiting on. So Lynn, hello, welcome. Lynn says, I'm new to all this. I found this channel from Recovery Addict. Who is Dr. K? So Dr. K is Dr. Kenneth Kinsey. And I don't know how new you are to all this, or if you watched the Murdoch trial, but he was one of to me, he was just star witness in the Alex Murdoch trial. He is the one who, everybody knows him like from him saying, really, Mr. Griffin? It's a cone. I love that so much. I love that so much. Y'all, and let me tell you, let me pull up my messages. He said, I'm not going to, bust him out on everything he said, but I want to read this because it was the sweetest thing. He enjoyed coming on with us. They all 3 did. It was such a good time. He said, well, he sent something right after, and he said, y'all are so wonderful. Thank you again. And then he sent something later on, and he said, ma'am, this is good stuff. I'm watching it back now, and I'd rather see y'all on the news than what I watch. I love him so much. He's fantastic. And then, I mean, they were all, so amazing. Sorry. Sorry. Texting. They don't wash off easily, and I was joking last night about how it takes like 2 nights of sleep in a wash rag to get it off. But that I'm scared to scrub them too much. Because what little eyebrows I have left, I don't want to rub them off. Marigold Love, I appreciate you worrying about me. Marigold Love says, I'm worried about you, Brandy. I've never seen you this distracted and not finished in sentence. I feel like you have too much on your plate right now. I do and I don't. This is a lot trying to finish up these 2 cases plus the podcast. And I am a little bit, I got a lot going on right now, but these are both about to be over, which will be great. And I will be caught up and then we'll be back to normal. I love that y'all notice these things and worry about me. Y'all are so thoughtful. Let's see. They're unplugging it. Oh, that was a JT joke. I couldn't remember. I wanted to give credit for whoever it was because it was funny. How long on deliberation so far? They had the thing on there. Let me see. 6 hours and 3 minutes. Here, let's do our little timer. Let's. But also, I'm distracted for good things too. Oh, that's loud. I've got a lot going on right now, but it's not all bad. It's good to be busy. All right. There we go. All right. We got our own little timer now. All right. Patch up the spots with eyebrow pencil or powder. I think I have an eyebrow pencil somewhere. I'm pretty sure. But I don't know where. I love when he said that because the tones, let me move this up some so let's see. There we go. The tone of his voice and the look on his face said something other than what came out of his mouth. I know it was funny. It was funny though because you were like, you could tell that they were like, he was like, really? Are you still going on about this? Oh, funny. He's such a good dude. And his wife is so sweet. Like they're exactly who you would picture for each other. Just the kindest ever. I've not tried baby oil to get the brows off, but I'm pretty sure I have some. Wash rag. That's what else is it called? Look, y'all already got me on my pine straw. and pine needles. What else? The washer and the heel, as opposed to the bread ends. So what's that? What else do you call a wash rag? Will eye makeup removal help? I don't know. I don't have any eye makeup remover. Maybe I do. I don't think I do. I don't know. I don't do a whole lot of makeup. Did the boyfriend ever testify? I don't think he did. I missed those days because of CrimeCon, but I don't think he did. Because somebody, I had asked that before, and somebody else said that they never called him. Hey, Tommy, this case is for the Cochrane-Rintala trial. The other one is supposed to be starting any minute. They were gearing something up right here. I was looking because I was trying to see, I was trying to see what they were doing. Oh, dang. So here's, I can only do so many pictures and pictures. I'm trying to do, I don't think I could do dual verdict clocks. I know I said I was a technology goddess, but I was just talking crap. I'm not really. I can't, wait, maybe I can. Let me see. Probably not, but we're going to see. Um, all right, let's see if this. If they would go ahead and show the verdict, that would be perfect, because then I wouldn't have to try to do 48 screens all at once. But nobody asked Brandy what she needs. All right. This is the best I can do. So that's the best I can do. This is Amie right here. And this is the clock for Cara. So that's the best I can do. Because otherwise I can't, it won't let me play that many at once on different things. Or if it does, then I just like, maybe I'm not a technology goddess. Maybe I'm like a technology like assistant vice president or something. Like I'm not quite, but we're good. We're good. We got the most important stuff up. All right. So Mary Murphy said, interested in any coleslaw, Brad chicken and mashed taters. Coleslaw wrestling at the biker bar. If y'all need Mary Murphy, that's where she's going to be. Coleslaw wrestling at the biker bar. Let's see. Silver Fox says, you lost me for a bit. I fell asleep. How did you fall asleep with them sawing on that microphone? I'll just holler into the microphone verdict watches are a little bit tricky, so you got to do it like more often than when you got attorneys yelling at you all the time. So I'll just holler into the microphone about every hour on the hour, wake y'all up. Or I'll make the sound effect like the iPhone alarm clock. Y'all all be jumping up like, oh my God, I got to get up for work. Wash rag, washcloth, face towel, washcloth. It's a wash rag. It's a wash rag. Oh, Nikki, I do have some of that. It's a washcloth. It's a wash rag. Wash. Julie Fraser. Of course, Brandy has baby oil. She needs it for her OnlyFans. Okay, I wasn't on OnlyFans. I was looking up the OnlyFans case. This is how rumors get started, Julie Fraser. This is how rumors get started. I wasn't actually on OnlyFans. I was looking up the OnlyFans case. But if anything ever happens to me, just delete my search history. Just joking. As soon as I said it out loud, too, I was like, wait, they're going to think I'm talking about being on OnlyFans. See, OnlyFans. I saw a little bit of a documentary about OnlyFans where they were talking about how I guess it started as a way for like, it's supposed to be like, it wasn't supposed to be what it was. I think it was supposed to be like if a comedian has, you know, like a set on there or something and they have, you know, like people paying, I don't know how much it is. Was it like Netflix, like 14? I don't even know how much Netflix is anymore. They just send me an email that they're raising it every week. How much is that? Was it like a set thing or you have like different things? But I remember reading like it was supposed to be for like a way for celebrities and stuff to have like a stream of income to interact with their fans and stuff. And then all of a sudden it went to hell in a handbasket. And then what's that other one? What's the one y'all were saying, the feet fondlers? What's the feet one? Feetfondlers.com or something? That's not right. What is it? Feet something. Feet finders. Feet finders. Feet finders. Feet fondlers. Same thing. A tea towel. Lisa Wilmot, it's your birthday, so I'm going to give this one to you. But that is super UK of you. Tea towel. Did y'all hear me down here asking my family, hey, can you pass me that tea towel? I need to wash my face. Can you pass me that tea towel? Do you know why the main detective never took the stand in the paint case? I am not sure. Oh, speaking of, how did I forget to tell y'all this? Speaking of main detective, let me make sure he's not in here. Name first. Okay, he's not. Guess who I heard from randomly, and I didn't see it until like 3 o'clock this morning when I was trying to wrap up working on stuff. Speaking of lead detectives. I'm going to let y'all guess for a minute. Guess what trial that we have covered where the lead detective reached out? Not Melly. Not Murdoch. I'm so behind on comments. Sorry if I missed some. Wait, I just saw it. Where'd it go? Detective Dean O'Kelly, who, if y'all remember, he has been submitted as a trial daddy. Yeah, Detective Dean O'Kelly. And it was like 7 days ago, and I just now saw it like at 3 a.m. or something like that. How funny is that? I wrote him back. Oh, I did. I said, I was like, wait, Detective Dean O'Kelly. It's like, you're going to have to come on. He said, I did good investigative work. he heard you talk about this judge and got jealous. That's hilarious. Shelly said, did he ask about me? Yes. He was like, where's my Shelly girl? Love me some Detective Kelly. Yeah. Isn't that funny? It's cool when a detective says you did good investigative work. I'm like, I know. And I'm also a technology goddess, or at least a technology executive vice president. And a DJ. Wicka wicka. Wait, wicka wicka. I'm going to practice that. We're going to get it together. Brandy needs to interview the egg lady. Amanda Browning, forgot what he looks like. Let me pull him up. Allow me. He's the one that he probably heard us talking about how good looking he is too. Because like in the older stuff, he was, he's fine. He's a handsome man or whatever. But honey, you put that beard on him. I'm a sucker for a beard. That's him. There he is. I would interview Egg Lady, but Egg Lady don't have a beard. I'm just joking. Thank you, K Blue. My daddy was an awesome man. Hello, Kelly J. Can you do a quick rundown on this case? On which one? This one that we're about to get the verdict in? It's the fourth trial. The first two ended in a hung jury, so it was a mistrial. The third ended in a conviction for murder, for strangling her wife and covering her in fresh paint. But you can't say fresh. The reason why you can't say fresh is because the third conviction got turned over because their paint expert who testified to the paint being fresh was not qualified to be a paint expert and was not supposed to say it was fresh. So, which sounds like I'm making that up, but the reason it got overturned is because of their paint expert. So the first two were hung jury. The third was a conviction that was overturned. And now this is the fourth trial. Fresh. Thirsty Thursday. Oh my gosh. How funny would that be if I did a Thirsty Thursday interview every Thursday with one of our trial daddies or something? I could make extra time for that. What's one more thing? Wendy said, did y'all see the Harvard lawyer Lee's thing on the egg lady yesterday? Woo! In my Ric Flair voice. Okay, first of all, I thought that it was dope. If y'all were on Night Court the other night, I don't know a whole lot about wrestling. And I was like, what's the wrestler? And he says, dope. And I was like, wait, that's Homer Simpson. It's woo. Woo is what we were looking for. Signs you should get more sleep. It's interesting that you remembered about hearing from him when we were also talking about OnlyFans. We were talking about lead detectives. We had moved on from OnlyFans. And I wasn't on OnlyFans. I was on the OnlyFans trial information. Yes, I did ask him for an interview. When are we clogging? Y'all just don't give that up. So we're going to do our 10K party on October 8th. So like next Sunday. Because we hit 10K a little bit faster than I was expecting to. And I thought I had more time to plan. So we are going to do it next Sunday. So that gives me some time to get some stuff together. And I can't clog live because, I mean, look, y'all see the real estate I'm working with right here. But I'll do a dang video because I promised. I ain't promising nothing else, though. That was a mistake. Because that was like when I was, young and dumb and only at like 2K and thought, oh, 10K is so far away. They'll all forget. Shh. People don't forget things when you say it on the internets. Oh, that's okay. I thought they had a verdict. And then they were testing the microphones. So, Angie Law, I did talk to the locksmith, but he didn't want to answer anything. He does kind of give Tinsley vibes. Detective Dino Kelly does. No, he didn't text me at 3 a.m. I saw it at 3 a.m. He texted or messaged me 7 days ago is what it said. And I completely missed it. If y'all had any idea how much, like, I constantly get like between YouTube comments and emails to brandychurchwell.com and emails to the 13th Juror podcast website and emails to the 13th Juror live website and DMs on Facebook and DMs on Twitter and text messages, carrier pigeons, message in a bottle floating up on the beach. If y'all had any idea how many messages I get, and I do try to get them as much as I can, but that is easier said than done. And so some of them I can get to right away. And then some of them, I don't see them for a week or two. It's hard because like some of it's just like, hey, how do you do this on the website? Or, hey, when is, a lot of people email about the like not being able to get memberships because of the iPhone thing, which that's changing. I got an email about that. So like some of it's like technical stuff, I get a lot of like articles and stuff sent to me, breaking news stuff, which is great. I love getting all that. And I do try to, pay attention, but it is, I get a lot of emails and information and DMs and carrier pigeons. Chris said, oh, this judge is much more handsomer. Chris is all about Judge Daddy. Michael M., that was the first trial. They did have to do a stand your ground hearing first. We interview with the lead from NFL case. I loved our interviews with Mark and interview with Heidi. I don't know if I would interview Vanderlyn because everything that I would want to say, Mark already said to her. Rona said, you would love my 3 sons. They all have beards and they're handsome. Y'all trying to pawn your sons off to me? Have a dating show? Y'all are so funny. I bet they are handsome. Everyone's trying to get me to date their sons. That's so funny. PPC, when did the Brooke trial start? We got 2 trials going on here that we're in verdict watch for. I'm running out of screens here. Running out of screens. Yeah, I love beards. I tell you, if y'all have ever seen Yellowstone, if you've ever seen Rip, like when he was shaved up and stuff, it's like, oh, there's a dude. And then you see bearded Rip. And then you're like, oh, it's Thirsty Thursday. Lisa Wilmot thinks we should all get verdict beards. Thank you, Ashley. Marie Moss said, y'all still here? It's been 84 years. It's been 84 years. Why can't I hear that? Every time I fix audio on one thing, then it messes it up on another. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix it. Let's see here. Yeah, I have no idea. Now I got everything else working and now my sounds aren't working. I don't know. I can't ever get everything working at once. I don't know what I do. I don't know what I do. This is why I've been demoted and I'm no longer a technology goddess. I'm only a technology executive vice president. Cara jury is at lunch. Well, that's rude because we were waiting on a verdict. I need more enthusiasm in my woo. I'll blow everybody's eardrums out. The lead detective, the one that messaged Detective Dean O'Kelly. Oh my God, 20K coleslaw wrestling. Maybe that's more like a 100K thing. It's more like a 100K thing. That was when Brandy was young and dumb. Now she's young and a knowledgeable child. Yes. I'm a knowledgeable child. Shut the fuck in. Kelly P, I have not seen it yet. I saw it in my email. Speaking of emails, I haven't had a chance to watch yet. I saw it and I have it saved, but I've been so busy I have not had a chance to actually watch it yet. But I'm interested. Does she have amnesia like her mama? My son has a beard and he's single too. 20K, just line up all your bearded sons. Y'all are so funny. That's a good point. I would have to, okay, the comment says no on Vanderlyn. You'd have to turn off the comments, and we don't like when comments are turned off. That's a good point because we ain't got a lot of Vanderlyn fans in here. Rick Thomas says, I have a beard. I'm 70. Maybe it's the Georgia in me. If Shunka Bacon says, if I date again, she better not have a beard. Y'all crack me up. All right. Well, I guess am I almost caught up on comments? I think I am. I like our, thank you. They're brand new. I just tattooed them on yesterday. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. West sentencing 15 years to life plus 4 years. My son has a beard now too. Ooh, that's a good idea. Ivan, I just messaged you yesterday or today. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, y'all, sorry I dropped off the map like that. Had to deal with things from the past. Please don't ask, but I am not in trouble and life is back to normal. I'm back ready to deploy my annoyance on y'all. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I messaged you. I can't remember, my days run together because I don't go to bed till early morning and then I wake up early morning. But I messaged you at some point to check on you. So I'm glad you're okay. Let's see. Wait a minute. Hold on. I have to close out some stuff in order to. And this is no use anymore because they're at lunch. So we're going to close that one out. All right, let's see. List. Where? Yeah, I don't see a. I'm looking for the West. All this is from 4 months ago. Oh, please. Filter. I don't know. I'll try to keep. Oops. Keep hitting the wrong buttons. Mini. That one has changed. All right. So we've got those two up. I tried to see if I could find it, but we don't get a verdict until Lucy puts her verdict outfit on. She got annoyed with me yesterday with it. And she's snoozing right now. So I'm going to let her snooze for now. I'm not going to bother her until she starts. Hi, Jessica. Hello. Good to see you. If y'all don't know Jessica, Jessica was in some of my CrimeCon pictures because obviously we hung out. She was there. But Jessica is awesome. Her screen name here is the same one on Twitter. So, but she's awesome. And a voice for the voiceless. Isn't that what your thing is or whatever? Voice for the voiceless. I love that. It was great to have Jessica at CrimeCon because Jessica was great because she gave a different like perspective on everything. Well, I won't tell your whole story. You can tell it if you want to. I don't want to like out your whole stuff, but Jessica's amazing. She gave a different perspective and a very important message, I think, too. Okay, she says okay. All right. So one of the things that I loved about Jessica is she was saying that going to CrimeCon, it was cool to like see a bunch of people that we talk to and, converse with every day, like regularly on Twitter and YouTube and, stuff like that. But also like it's so much more than that. And she was saying that it gives, people like her a rare opportunity to, conversate with other people who have similar situations and similar pain, and have had to deal with the type of loss and trauma that comes from, different situations. So I loved that. I think it's, hearing like Stacy, Ethan's mom, Stacy, and even, Carrie, our friend Carrie Rawson, like hearing, different perspectives. I think a lot of people think it's just, going and partying for a few days on a weekend and, whatever, but it's so much more than that. And there was so much good that came out of it. There was a lot of, kindness and support and a lot of money raised for good causes. And I think it's great. I think it's a reminder having that situation. It's like a reminder of, especially that everything that we're covering, like this is real life, because we can call it true crime all day long, but this is true, like real people, real stories, real life, and hearing, you know, people who have been personally affected by things. It brings so much more situational awareness. And also, you know, like Jessica was saying, having other people who have been through it was, you know, a comfort for her. And I think that's awesome. So I'm glad you're here. And we had fun at the party. We did. It's part of it too. Getting to meet everybody, getting to talk to everybody, like, oh, hey, I talked to you, you know, so much for so long, and this is the first time I've seen you in real life, and being able to like connect to people on that level. It was cool. New member, welcome. You're always here. For some reason, I always thought you were a member, but I'm glad you're in green. It looks good on you. Sorry, I got behind on chat because I was gushing about my friend Jessica. Let's see. Welcome back. Ivan, fun fact. I hired Adam to plant a garden, and now I have a yard full of dandelions and crabgrass. Thanks, bro. How much did you hire him for? Because, like, if you hire me to do tech, I'm going to ruin it. Oh, yay. Diana got 2 new things from our amazing merch store. Don't forget, on the 10K party, we have a ton of merch giveaways, like a ton. Like, I've been saving up for 2 months for this because I'm buying y'all a ton of crap. Let's see. And one winner gets to design their own. If you get to pick whatever you want from the website, and if we don't have what you want, then I will design it for you. Annie Pistol, happy birthday, Lisa Wilmot. Thank you for the super chat. Lisa Wilmot, it's birthday time. Still. Kind of still. Is it still there? It is here still, so that's all that matters. Amos, happy birthday, Lisa Wilmot. Happy birthday. Jessica says, it was wonderful to connect with so many other survivors. I met all the families who spoke and were there. That's awesome. You'll have to come on here one day, and I won't keep you long, but you'll have to come on one day and tell everybody your story. Tell them all about what you do. Ivan, happy B-Day, Lisa. P.S. We won the war. Yeah. Oh, gosh. Somebody take his button away from him. Thank you, Ivan. Katie says, hey, everyone. Hello. Jessica says, hoping to work with some of them to get legislation changed. It was a great way for us to get together and network. I agree. I think so many great things came from that. And I'm really excited about it. And the fact, I was telling them on the stream yesterday too, Jessica, the fact that I don't think you were there when Mel and I were talking to, no, because it was the next day. We were talking to Gabby Petito's family, and they were saying that they had talked to Court TV, and Court TV was, like working with the missing and stuff. Like they had, decided they wanted to use their platform to shine light on, missing people cases. And so that's something that they're going to start doing in the future. And I thought that was incredible, to just stuff like that coming out of it was just awesome. Awesome. Slick's barbecue sauce is absolutely a necessity in my house. Mine too. I eat that on Publix chicken, like probably twice a week. Amos, member for 5 months. Brandy, your strength is so inspiring. Love you, lady. Thank you very much, Amos. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Y'all are the best. Oh yeah, I just got this text. Is this stream, or it was being streamed earlier. Diana, happy birthday to the best puppet in the world. We love you, Lisa Wilmot. In case y'all haven't noticed, it's Lisa Wilmot's birthday. Good morning, Miss Kitty. Good morning, good morning. Oh yeah, the RA stickers are really cool. Have y'all seen these? I know I showed them to. They're like the color, but they have 13th Addicts, and the 13th is in our font. Addicts is in his font, and then it has like the where you get the courthouses by your name in order for his on the bottom, and then the 13th, the colors that go in order on the top for ours. How cool are those? So he was generous enough to send us 10 of those to give away for the giveaway too. And I have 10 of the crocheted crowns that Kathy sent. So cool. So that's going to be all on October 8th. 10/8 for the 10K. I have Twitter, Jessica for Justice there, and Jessica for Justice everywhere else. I hope you and JT can meet in real life soon. He says he's going to go to CrimeCon in Nashville, or he's going to try to, so maybe we'll actually meet them. We'll live it. We'll live stream it if we do. Jay Bird says, you have helped me far more than y'all know. Oh, I'm glad that the group has helped you, because y'all helped me too. More than you know. Especially yesterday. Kelly Kessler, remember for 1 month. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. It's official now. Ivan, thank you for the super chat. Every time I hear the word Survivor, I hear Destiny's Child singing it at me. I used to love that song. Hoping to work with the Petitos on some DV legislation, because Harris County, Texas is #1 partner homicides. That would be awesome. I have my, you see, I have my bracelet on still, my GabbyPetitoFoundation.org. And it says, she touched the world. I thought it was awesome talking to them. They were great. Popping in to say hi. Hello, hello, hello. Sugar Bacon said, what is Publix? Publix is, well, it's with an X instead of a CS, but it's a grocery store. They have really good food. Love me some Publix. That's the one thing I missed when I lived in Ohio for those few years. Yeah, he did great. I love those. I'm like, I want to keep one. Do you have the 10K party where us across pond can join in? Yes. I don't know exactly what time it's going to be yet. It's going to be sometime like early evening on Sunday, the 8th. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, member for 5 months. I'm so happy to be a part of this community. We are happy to have you here. We're so happy to have you here. Where's the song? Well, when I was trying to fix all of my technology stuff earlier, now my sound effects aren't working, and I just tried to fix those, and now they're not. I can't fix one thing without breaking something else. So you just get me telling you. Publix is the best. Yes. Wolf PJW, thank you. We love you too. Kroger is no Publix. When I lived in Ohio, I lived near the largest Kroger, I guess, in the world or whatever. But they had like steak dinners in there, and like they had a bar with wine tasting and stuff. And like you could order a glass of wine and take it grocery shopping with you and stuff. It's pretty crazy. It was something I had never seen. And just like that, I was at the grocery store 6 nights a week. Just joking. Kroger is like Winn-Dixie. Yeah, we have Winn-Dixies here. I don't have Kroger's here now. They were on every corner when I lived in Ohio. Now we got Winn-Dixie and Publix down here. Eat Your Karma. Lisa Wilmot, happy birthday. I appreciate you. This community is the best. Thank you, Eat Your Karma. It is the best. It is. Did I miss yours? Hold on. Let me go back. Did I miss your 5 months? I try to get all of them. I do try. I miss stuff. Hi, Jujubee. I'm glad I found your channel through Ikadmel sharing it. I love it. Thank you. Welcome. He's all right. He's all right. I was joking. He's great. Welcome. Welcome to the group. Welcome to the family. Welcome to cult. Of course you live by the flagship Kroger. Brandy, only you. You know what? If you're going to go big or go home or go to Kroger and sip on wine on a Saturday night. Right? Everybody does that. Maybe not everybody, but if you'll remember, like we learned yesterday, I'm boring. So what do you do when you're boring in your 30s and, you know, Ohio? Go to the Kroger. Get you a steak and a glass of wine. And a pound of hamburger meat. I don't know. I don't even, that's the problem. It's like 2 glasses of wine. I don't even know what I bought. Fanny Pack, member for 4 months. Happy 4-month anniversary to you. It's our anniversary. It's shut up, Amos. Shut up, Amos. Y'all crack me up. How do you block mods? How do you? Okay, hold on. Let me see what I missed. Can you block mods? Amy, Ivan. Oh, here it is. Ricky Watson. Well, y'all have had y'all's cowboy for 5 months. Heck, that thanks to Brandy and the mods and all y'all fine folks. Thank you, Ricky Watson. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Did I miss any other ones? It's our anniversary. Y'all. So, did your what disappear? Something else just, did I miss another one? Oh, Angie Burr, 2 months on this account. Oh, you have multiples. You're You're a multiple personality type gal. We love it. 2 months on this account. Love to Brandy, chat, lurkers, replay crew, JT, and mods. Love this community. We love you too, Angie Bird. We love you. We love you. Did I miss anybody else's? I do try, y'all. I do try. Oh, yeah. Ricky Watson sure did. He sure did. He sure did. Send me some emails. Hold on. Let me get pull up. Oh, dang. I just put. Here we go. We got this one. Michelle's cowboy. It's 13th juror cowboy. And there's another one of a real pretty horse. Let's see. Look how pretty. Yeehaw, bull butter. It's bull butter. All right, so I thought we were. Thank you. 4-month anniversary. Thank you for being with us. 4 whole months. 4 whole months. We really do have the best group. Y'all take care of me. Y'all tell me to eat and tell me to take my medicine and take care of me. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are the best. Happy 4 months. You live here now. This is your life. Let's see. Julie Fraser, you're not the worst today. We are here for you. We are supporting you. You're good. You got this. We got you. Look, when I forget, Jessica, they'll be like, okay, Brandy, you're taking us on a field trip. You need to focus. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, didn't take my meds. Yep. ADD is real, y'all. Woo. And I got it bad. All right. So I was thinking we were supposed to have them doing a verdict. I was trying to wait on talking about Suzanne because I thought they were about to do the verdict, but I guess they're not. And I guess they're at lunch. And I kept waiting because they were testing the mic. So I was like, well, something's about to happen, but nothing did. So, we had started to talk about Suzanne a little bit, but what did I miss? I have no idea what time they're supposed to be back. So you might know. Y'all behave. It's Thursday up in this chat. All right. Yeah, it's literally as soon as I start like getting into this, then they're gonna be like, oh, we have a verdict or we have a question. too late, Rainy. We lost chat. Off the rails, 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row. Yesterday went. Yesterday we stayed on the rails for a portion. And then that was gone. Gone. There were 4 F words. 2 times. 2 times. Prosecutor said fresh. 2 times. Okay. Oh, her pink bed. So let me tell y'all about this pink bed. So I gave it to my youngin to watch her while I was at CrimeCon, right? So when I go to get her, my son's dog is asleep on it. So I was like, I don't want him to move, like I'll just get it the next day. So I got it the next day. So when we came in, he just kind of like threw it like on the bed. I have like a big king size bed. So, and I'm single. So like one side of my bed is like where I lay and the other side is not. It's just nothing like it's just there. But it looks pretty and it matches my pillows. So he threw the bed threw her bed like on that side of my bed, and I just didn't move it because it was just sitting there. And I was like, well, I'll get it, situated for the next before the next stream or whatever, and swap it out with her gray one. Well, she goes and lays on it when I'm not on the computer. Like instead of laying on the pillow or in her other bed like she used to lay, she'll lay, if I'm sitting on the couch, she has to lay on her bed that Jen got her by the window. If I'm laying or if I'm working, then she has to lay on whatever's down here. But now she thinks that in this tiny little bitty condo, she needs 3 beds now. So she has her, I can see it in there, but she has, her bed is like, she's literally sleeping on her bed, on my bed. She's very needy. She's very needy. No, Lucy is the housekeeper. I'm just joking. Yes, Lucy's the dog. She doesn't sleep under the desk or on a bed on the bed. I was just joking. Yes, she is the dog. I'm gonna have to take a picture. I showed y'all that one picture of when she first got it and she figured out how to get under that little pink piece, and like use it like as a blanket instead of a pad. It was really cute. She's a funny little thing. Yeah, I was just joking. Just joking. Yeah, she's a diva. Y'all, I live in a tiny, tiny condo. The little girl don't need 3 beds. There's a big old king size bed right there. But no, she's got to be difficult. All right, so I guess if they ain't going to give us a verdict, then we will move on and start talking about Suzanne. But I know as soon as we do it, because they were testing those microphones, as soon as we do it, they're going to interrupt. All right, let's see. Rainbow said, it's more than off the rails. The whole track is gone. Yes. Yes, it is. It's been like that all week. But it's fun. Field trip. Field trip off the rails. All right. So, Suzanne Morphew, let's talk about that. I have advocate in here. I'm going to message you. I'm going to message you. Nothing, for those of y'all joining us now, nothing is happening. We got both verdict watches going right here. Nothing happening yet. So we're about to go to Cabley wants a Newman stretch. That might be a good idea. Actually, yeah, it's 12:30. Let me do a little break so I can take Lucy out real quick. And I will leave these up just in case. But let me take her out real quick, and then we're going to get started on the, well, we're still going to be waiting on 2 different verdicts. We still got 2 verdicts we're waiting on. But I want to go over the Suzanne stuff because it's a huge, huge deal that her remains were found. And I know some people are saying they don't know who it is, but I'm telling you, when we talk about, like when we start telling you details about it, y'all are going to be like, oh yeah, yep, I remember that now. So, so let's do that. Let's take a little break. Let me unpin this. What time is it? 12:33. So we'll say like 12:45-ish. That's 10 minutes. That should be enough for me to get her out there. Let me pin this. Okay, we'll do our little Lucy stuff. All right, I'm going to take her out. I'll be right back. Hello. Hello. Oh, look at in this light. Like I have like the little Lucy Paul heart right over me. Isn't that lovely? All right. Let me move that. All right. Lucy is good to go for another, who knows how long, until she gets whiny like, excuse me, ma'am, who's supposed to fetch me treats all day if you're on the darn computer. All right. Oh, I'm 10 minutes late. I'm 10 minutes late. Forgive me. I'm always giving y'all detention for being late, and then look at me. Just look at me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I got to take this off. This is just awful. Why do people wear these all day? Oh, God, that's so much better. Okay. All right. So, let me get this link sent. So we are going to talk about Suzanne Morphew. And I am going to send, we're going to have, Gayle, it's funny you say that because I try to, oh God, I think that bra like permanently damaged me. Maybe it's time to throw that one out. All right, let's see. All right, I've got that sent. There we go. Oh yeah, I try to like sneak on like quietly like, hello, don't let me scare you. It's just me. Everything's okay. I'm coming in hot. Wicka wicka. Let me move actually. Listen, oh, we have a visitor. We have a visitor. Let me get you added in. Hello.
Hello.
So I wanted to bring, let me edit this a little bit and get our, I'll leave Lucy on here, but I want to get these, let's see. Look at me.
My hair.
Look, that's how I'm like every day. I'm like, oh my God, I really got on live camera looking like this. Hello. So I thank you for coming on because I wanted you to come on because I wanted to talk about Suzanne. Actually, let me move us over a little bit. Because I wanted to talk about Suzanne, but I wanted to, like, you know how I am with victims. And like, I want to tell everything in a way that honors the victims. I know that you know a lot about this case. Let me get that saved. Update. We are good to go. All right. I'm like running out of cams here. I got 47 cams. So I wanted to talk about it. So, but I know that you know a lot more about it. And I have so much, like I have followed this, you know, and seen things, you know, like over the years, but I have not done like deep dives on this. I know I've seen a couple of, I don't know if it was Dateline or whatever the episodes were. And then I've seen, you know, different articles on it and stuff, but I wanted to bring you on because you know so much about it and to talk about it a little bit. So, you can tell it in a way that can honor the, you know, victims. And I feel so bad for the, here, I want to show her too. Look how pretty. Oops. What am I doing? Look how pretty.
She is gorgeous.
So tell us about it.
So that is one of my favorite pictures of Suzanne. I actually followed this case from the very beginning, from day one on Mother's Day when she went missing or was allegedly, um, that was when she was reported going missing. And I never really caught that until last night. I was watching another podcaster talk about that. And it was interesting that that's what the sheriff said, that was when she was reported going missing. And so as this story unfolds, like over the next many months, you're going to hear a lot of things. Um, this is one of the one of the most emotional cases I have ever seen, as a former DV advocate in both the courtroom and in domestic violence shelters and speaking out in different areas. Suzanne's story evokes a lot of emotion, a lot of anger. Barry's people will get very irate, on socials. It is something that you just you'll observe. Just be patient and remember that the story is about Suzanne and the fact that no matter what she did, she is the victim here in this story. So originally, Barry and Suzanne lived in lived in Indiana, and they were both. They have two daughters, Macy and Mallory, and Macy and Mallory. So Mallory is the oldest daughter, and Mallory wanted to go to college in Colorado. So at that point, when that happened, they decided that they were going to just move to Colorado to, I guess everybody wanted to maybe relocate and kind of move towards some sort of retirement out that way. I guess like when Suzanne's sister talks about it, Melinda, she tried to talk Suzanne kind of out of doing that because their marriage was not actually all that stable. There had been rumor that Barry was already having affairs, although that was never proven in the last court case. So what begins to happen is when Suzanne's mom passed away, she left Suzanne about $500,000. And that money was tied up in just in Suzanne's name. Well, when they decided that they found this house in Salida on Puma Path, did I send you that picture? I know I sent you the back of it. I was trying to see if I could find the front of it, and if I was able to send it to you, Brandy.
The house?
Yeah, I showed you the backyard.
I have this
It's
one.
like some steps going down. That's the back going down to the, I think it's the Arizona River. So that's part of it. Okay, so in the front, the lower right, that's the front of the house. Then there's kind of the driveway. You might be able to find a better picture of what the whole thing looks like. There's a lot of aerial photos online. So he basically got her to cash in her mom's inheritance and invest it into the house. So when that happened, that became a marital asset. And I know Melinda had kind of cautioned her against doing that, and she felt like she was going to go all in and do everything to like save her marriage. Now, let me give you a little another little snippet of Suzanne. Suzanne is a strong woman of faith. Suzanne loved the Lord. She studied the Bible all the time. She journaled, she prayed. This was who Suzanne was. And so she was all in to making sure she did everything for her marriage and for her girls. backpedaling just a slight bit more, Suzanne never was supposed to be able to have children. She was diagnosed with cancer about the age of 19, I believe. And they basically told her that she would never have kids from her treatments. And then comes Mallory and Macy. And so you can imagine the joy that she experienced being able to be a mama to those two girls. They're absolutely gorgeous. I didn't send you a picture of the girls, I don't think.
I might have some pulled up because I've got some stuff. Let me see. And they're beautiful, and they look like her.
Oh, they're just absolutely stunningly beautiful. So they were just her life, you know, that's what she wanted to do. So she was given this move to Colorado, just a fresh, like, hey, we're all in. I'm all in. I'm gonna do my very best. So, and this was in April of 2018 that they moved to Colorado. By September of 2018, she had kind of it appears that she kind of gave up already. It looks about that time her cancer had likely returned. She was going to be getting some treatments in Colorado, which was going to be completely new to her. She had to see a new oncologist that she had not seen before, had to get treatments in a different place. Yes, those are her girls. That's Suzanne on the far left. That's Macy, and then Mallory, and of course Barry, her husband. They're just beautiful.
Yeah.
And so by all appearances, look like a very happy family. Next thing that happens is Suzanne gets in contact with an old high school friend. Yeah, I just saw Dana's comment up there on my television. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Barry. I am you can tell by my name, The Advocate, and what I have done in my career and as a volunteer in my life also. I am very victim-minded, so I'm not a fan of Barry, and he does some very ugly things. But of course, I just let justice prevail. But apparently, I don't say her husband the right way. So that is Jeff Libler. Jeff is the person that that Suzanne ended up having an affair with. That comes out in the through the I guess it would be the preliminary hearing of Barry Morphew in 2021. Suzanne had invested into a spy pen. So basically, a spy pen records. You can leave it, you can put it in someplace, and it will pick up by voice and start recording. But it also recorded her conversations with Jeff, not just Barry's conversations and Barry's things that he was doing. So it recorded some conversations with this man named Jeff. And so right out of the gate, law enforcement found that in the search in the house at the Morphews, but they didn't know who Jeff was. And Suzanne's best friend, Sheila Oliver, you'll hear her name. She's absolutely amazing. She had gotten her that spy pen. And so Sheila had told law enforcement about the pen. And so I think that's how they kind of kept searching for it. And they found it in like a drawer or a box inside Suzanne's closet in the search. So after she was already missing. Am I too far ahead of you, Suzanne, or Brandy, or what do you want? Where do you want me
No,
to
go
be?
ahead. No, you're
Okay.
doing great.
Okay.
Showed a picture of the spy pen.
there's-
It's literally like James Bond type stuff. Like it literally
It
is
is.
made to look like a pen, but record it like, record conversations and stuff. It's
Right,
just a pen.
exactly. So there were some, they knew that Barry had watched some like different crime shows specifically that were kind of specific to this case, like the girl on the pink bike. I can post them on Twitter if you and tag Brandy in it. There or you can download the arrest affidavit from before and see them. There's which Suzanne's bike went missing. So let me back up so I'm kind of in order here. So that's how Jeff came about, is we knew that there was somebody, that there was a Jeff. And it was quite shocking because, again, Suzanne has this this strength in her faith. And so nobody would have expected, including Barry, that Suzanne would ever have an affair, right? But Suzanne had actually met Jeff 6 times or so at different hotels in different states. He was a pharmaceutical rep, and so he traveled. He had a family with like 5 kids, I think. So I'm not even sure of the status of his marriage or anything at this point. So I think that once Barry was definitely had a lot of things that he was spying on Suzanne over. Like he had, as macho as he kind of looks, so like this kind of a buff guy, like, and right before Suzanne is killed, you can see Barry he's always at the gym. He's super athletic looking. He's always weightlifting, everything like that. But then I forgot what I was going to say with that part. You can tell that he, on the inside, he's super insecure because he's been having affairs all through the marriage. And although none of these women really came forward after Suzanne went missing and he was charged with her murder. A lot of people knew that there were just streams of women. So, but it's like the domestic violence thing. So let's talk about that for a minute. So with domestic violence, there's a saying like, I can have you, but nobody else can, right? So he might not value Suzanne, and he wants her when, the image that he wanted was that he had this perfect little family. He had the wife that was the church person. He had the 2 beautiful daughters. He had this beautiful home. Yes, super gaslighting. He was the king of gaslighting with Suzanne. He definitely really I guess I would say kind of carried this around as like, this is his bag of charms. Like, I'm all this because I have this wonderful looking family, but on this other side of me, I'm not so much. Like, this is what he's doing. He's out seeing other women. He's out, living this other lifestyle. and a lot of people knew that. So it that week was very interesting. There's a lot that takes place if you look at his telematics. And I'm a big person with the telematics. There's a guy on Twitter. His name is Kurt, or AK. He did extensive work on the telematics. Him and another guy, and it really tells the biggest story of Barry, because it shows everything from his vehicles and where he disconnected and reconnected and hid things with his telematics, between his vehicles, his phones, going in and out of airplane mode, hiding things, and he knew what he was doing. So to really just kind of fool everybody, it looks like he painted, especially after where we now know where her body was found. It looks like he painted several different scenarios really to just throw off law enforcement. I know that many of you have watched Sweet Little Gannon Stout, and Johnny Grusing was on there as one of the investigators. Johnny Grusing was basically the lead investigator with Suzanne's case. So he spent a lot of time with Barry Morphew. So he is still on the case, to my knowledge, but he is no longer with the FBI. He retired with the FBI and then is privately hired with Chaffee County. So I'm not sure how involved how involved he is. I expect that we'll hear from him at some point.
Yeah.
If not now, definitely at the time of the arrest or the trial. I know that Barry, when he was arrested before, Barry was very disappointed at the preliminary hearing because he thought that Johnny was his friend. And clearly Johnny is an FBI agent.
Right.
So basically, it's the week of this all happening, the week before Mother's Day. So Mallory went to college in the city of the town of Gunnison, and it was COVID time. I think the COVID restrictions had just started to lift, and basically Suzanne took Macy, the youngest daughter, on the 5th to Gunnison for the girls to go on some camping trip. It's kind of odd timing. I don't know whose idea it ever was for the girls to go on this camping trip for Mother's Day.
Mother's Day weekend, yeah.
Yes, it's very weird for this close-knit family that does all these trips and things like that together. It's very weird that suddenly the girls aren't going to be around for Mother's Day. So on the 5th, that takes place. That day on the telematics, Barry is very busy with his Bobcat, but not at the location where her body was actually found. So that was a little shocking to some of us because we were kind of like, what is he doing over here? And then now we find her body's literally like 45 minutes from that spot. Then on Wednesday, Suzanne went over to their neighbor's house. And I'm not going to say their name because they got a lot of hate from people, and they're just a sweet little elderly couple, and they had to put up gates and everything on their property. So I want to leave that off of here until if it it will probably come out anyways, and it's out there on other resources at this time. But I just want to respect them because they're just really sweet, and they didn't deserve what crap they had to. I would get really emotional over this case because it's just so many people got bullied. There's
Yeah.
loss of life. There's just it's really, really intense and very personal for many people. And a lot of people in that little town of Salida, in Alexandria, Indiana, and in other small areas are terrified of Barry, of his people, of retaliation. Witnesses were afraid. Um, there was just a lot with that. So Suzanne went over there and had coffee with them. She sent Barry a message and she said, "I'm done." She's like, I'm just finished. I don't want to do this marriage anymore. Like, let's do this basically amicably. And there's like a famous quote that she has, and right off the top of my head, I don't remember it, but it's in the arrest affidavit and it's on t-shirts everywhere. And I have one actually in my closet. But she basically says, let's part ways. She had already asked him for her money back. That he had promised that he would earn her money back that her mother left her and give that back to her. And so there's all these little things piling up on the side, the money, the fact that he's been spying on her. He's been coming up behind her. He's been stalking her at different times. He's been, she thought that there was like cameras or recording devices in like if you look, I'll try to see can you see if there's a picture on the inside of the house where there's like animals on the walls and stuff? Can you see if there's one of those online?
Yeah.
So there's like deer and elk and things like that on the inside of the house. And basically, she accused Barry of having like cameras inside the house because he was like knowing things that were happening that he couldn't have known unless he was spying on her. So then what happened is, yeah, so you see that's their like their den or their family room. And lots of animals, lots of eyes watching everywhere.
Yeah.
The it is disturbing how she lived. It was very disturbing how she lived. So the next thing that happened basically was you see that I don't remember exactly if it was kind of silent on Wednesday, the rest of the day, if there was not a lot happening on telematics or text, but she was always venting to her friend Sheila, and a lot of conversation about him dragging the girls into things. Macy, the youngest daughter, was still living at home, and Macy basically was like, I don't know why you're staying. Like, this is like kind of like basically saying this is abusive. Like, we should just get our own apartment and like our own house or whatever, and you should leave. And a lot of this came out in court. Unfortunately, what happened is, and this is what happens in a lot of domestic violence cases, it's the other gal that Brandy met at CrimeCon can probably attest to this too. It's very disheartening where the victim's voice is so lost everywhere. And like the judge loses the victim's voice. The prosecutor can only go so far with it. The the family was in Indiana, so they couldn't travel every time there was a hearing. Um, you know, this is just such. There's just the victim just ends up just, for lack of better words, buried, and you don't hear her voice anywhere. And there's an amazing domestic violence organization in Salida, actually. But what happened was a lot of the stuff that kept happening is Barry got very good attorneys. His attorneys were our top line attorneys, and they were getting things thrown out left and right, um, because it was hearsay. Like, oh, Suzanne told Sheila this, and it's printouts of the text messages, but that shouldn't be admissible in court because of blah, blah, blah. Or the judge decided that he wasn't going to allow domestic violence experts to testify in a domestic violence because there was no domestic violence ever filed. Well, anybody that knows anything about domestic violence knows that a lot of times it's never filed. It's never known, except for maybe one or two people, that the victim has ever been suffering from abuse, or from mental abuse, or from gaslighting and infidelity and all the things that are just piling up around her. And so through transitions of judges, the latest judge had basically blocked out that expert from even testifying in the trial. So that was one of the reasons why the case had to be dismissed, because there was not allowed to be domestic violence, and then Sheila's texts were inadmissible. So it couldn't show the pattern. And it's just so offensive that Suzanne's voice, even though she talked to her best friend, I mean, Sheila was her best friend, that was not allowed to be heard in court. It's just unacceptable.
Yeah.
So many laws need changed where domestic violence is concerned, and I'm so passionate about this and about laws being changed for DV. It's like we've backslidden as a country, state to state. It's not the same. And then, oh, by the way, the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence is right there in Denver, and this trial is being heard in, 35 minutes from there. I'm like, where are you? Where are you? Where's your presence in this trial? Why aren't you like lining the streets with protesters about what this judge is doing? Like, I can't understand it for the life of me. Why the coalition isn't doing more when they're right there. And look how many domestic violence cases have been turned into homicides in Colorado alone, with Chris Watts, with Kelsey Barrett, with Patrick Frazee, now Morphew, and just countless others. Dylan, I can't think of the father that killed his son, Dylan. Somebody might remember it in the chat. But there's just so many, and it's just so sad. But that was part of it. And so that, because of some of the rushed way the prosecution went about some of the things in filing charges against Barry Morphew, because they had maybe had an inkling that he was going to flee back in May of 2021. They arrested him and thought, okay, well, look, we're going to arrest him. We have enough. We can prove this with a no body. As a matter of fact, I think there was a no body homicide that was just convicted. I'm trying to think of where, but nonetheless, it was just a Dylan Redwine. Thank you. Yeah. So, at that point, I had lost my train of thought. Give me a second to come back around. There were a lot of there were just terabytes and terabytes of information.
Yeah.
And as a result, the defense kept saying they weren't getting documentation. We're seeing that happen again right now with Brian Koberger, where the defense counsel is crying that they're not getting information from prosecution. When there's terabytes of information, that is so much data. And you can't just be like, oh, go through the checklist. They got all of this. Like, something might not transfer properly. And like, they have clerks and stuff to go through all of that. But still, if it happens, it's not usually intentional. But in Barry's case, the prosecution just kept getting sanctioned, and to the point where a lot of their experts weren't able to testify. And the last person that they were trying to get not to be able to testify was an extreme expert. His wheelhouse is terrorism, similar to Johnny Grusing, but it's on the inside of a computer. He is forensic data from the inside of a computer, and he pulled out stuff that Barry thought he buried in the computer. And so he knows certain things and where Barry deleted things. And I think that was something that defense counsel was definitely concerned about. So that's why you see that the prosecution dismissed without prejudice, and the judge allowed for that. And then they went ahead and prosecuted him still for forging her signature on the ballot when she voted for Donald Trump. I don't know how many of you guys know that part. In the election, he thought that he could vote for his wife. He was just, that wasn't even the case. He was probably just trying to make it look like she was still alive somewhere.
Yeah.
So we're wrapped up to about Thursday, and you start to see some things escalating in that week leading up to her death. Things are kind of escalating between the two of them and their text messages and or phone calls. And Barry's getting kind of pissed. You can tell, and like he's hanging up on her. So Friday morning, Suzanne sends a lengthy message to her sister, Melinda, and says, hey, Barry's been abusive to me. She like dumps her heart out to Melinda, and says like, I'm afraid of him. And I just basically want you to know, like, I need some advice. And Melinda says she needs to pray about it, and like is just like afraid for her sister, and so afraid that she originally deletes the text message off her phone so she doesn't forward it to anybody else accidentally. And they end up having to recapture that off of her phone, and they were able to use it again, in the arrest affidavit. Now, I don't know how many pages of arrest affidavits you guys have ever seen, but this arrest affidavit was 140 pages. It was huge, and they left off so much. Like, they could have put so much more in it, but it was 140 pages. So Suzanne was also left alone a lot. And so, like, there's messages between her and Jeff, like, okay, so Friday night, there's a little bit of a gap. Like, basically, Barry asks Suzanne to come. I think it's Friday night that Barry asks Suzanne to come and to his site that he's working, which a lot of you might have heard, if you know this story at all, about the dig site. This was an area that Barry was working on, and it was on the river, and he was putting in like a garage floor. He had done some landscaping. He had done some other work. And um, and basically he wanted her to come see the site or something. And then maybe they got pizza. And the thing that I found was weird here is that Mallory sends them both a text message, and she says that she got basically her dream job, and neither Barry nor Suzanne messaged Mallory back at that time, to our knowledge. Like, we don't see that in any of the texts or in any of the telematics or anything like that. And it never shows up anywhere in any of the paperwork. So I always thought that that was actually kind of odd, because this family is like in it to win it. Like, they're both parents are all about their kids. I would say, for the most part. I mean, especially Suzanne and Mallory and Barry were pretty close. And so it's surprising that neither of them respond. So there's kind of like dead air on Friday night from like after 8 o'clock. There are a lot of us that think that Barry may have if that she was probably killed Friday night sometime, maybe. But if you look at the telematics, then there's activity on Suzanne's phone Saturday morning. And the other thing that was going on was her friend Sheila, her best friend, her daughter was getting married on that weekend. So Suzanne is never going to miss this. It was a virtual wedding for Suzanne. She couldn't travel because of COVID. And that was the other thing about the weekend, is they're very close with Sheila and her family. And so Barry schedules this weird out of nowhere job to work on in Broomfield. And it's Mother's Day. And the girls go on a camping trip, and that is not necessary. And Barry decides to work on a job that in Broomfield, you can't even work on the weekends, like not on Sundays specifically. And so he had no permit. The company had no knowledge of like any of those things. So there was no job. Let's just say that there was absolutely no job that day. And there is Barry, like, pretending like he has a job there to fix that wall that he had previously messed up, that his workers had previously messed up, but they didn't even know he was coming. And per the law in Broomfield, he wasn't even allowed to work on a Sunday. So he's going to try to go work on a holiday on the day of Suzanne's best friend's wedding on Mother's Day. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. So Saturday morning, early morning, down at the river at the dig site, Barry is supposed to pick up one of his workers, Morgan. And he gets to her, and she's like, he looks like crap. Like, that's not her words, but basically she uses other expletives to describe him. He just looks like he had been up all night and looks terrible. Now, remember, I said that there's some reason to believe that he might have killed Suzanne Friday night or into Saturday morning, early morning hours. So basically, let's see, I'm just trying to stick to facts only. So he does some things, and he tells her to go down by the river and make sure it's all level and all this stuff. And then he says, oh, I'm going to leave. I gotta make the wifey happy and do some stuff with her, go on a hike or whatever. And then there's these other messages that are coming in from Suzanne. I'm not sure who's sending those from Suzanne's phone, whether that was actually Suzanne or that was somebody else using Suzanne's phone.
Right.
So we're not 100% sure on that. So Barry leaves about 11 o'clock, goes home, and is going to have like soup with Suzanne, and then basically turns around and leaves, but never eats, and turns around and leaves. And telematics show him kind of just like lingering right there. Also, so it's kind of interesting. There's a lot here that would take me a lot longer to discuss and to delve into than what anybody wants to spend on here right now. It is very deep and involved, and we could pick it apart. But basically, Suzanne says she's alone again because Barry leaves. And she sends that message to Jeff Libler. And they communicated a lot through the WhatsApp. And so she takes a picture of herself, allegedly, and she's in a bikini. And now this is May in Colorado. Not to say that up on that mountain, she couldn't get some sunshine. It might have been around 60. Some locals have said, though, that it was rainy and gloomy that day. So I don't know that that's accurate, but who knows? Yeah, the cell phones will get you every time.
Every time. Cell phones and Walmart. Those are the two things that get everybody caught up. Cell phones and Walmart security footage.
Well, Barry did go to a Walmart, and he was seen on camera, and he... Did I lose you?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear you for a second. I looked up and I saw
here.
It's because you're on my TV and you're muted on the TV. And I was looking up there and saw you moving, and that I couldn't hear you. I'm such a dork. So, yeah, he did go to Walmart, and he was seen wearing like a fire shirt, because originally that was one of his alibis. He was supposed to go to appear in this fireman's calendar. No, just don't.
No.
Just don't.
Well, he won't be in the trial daddy's calendar. That's for sure.
Please don't.
No.
But there was no calendar shooting, like there was no fireman anything. I mean, hello, we are still in COVID. Like there was nothing, y'all. So he did make a trip to Walmart. He also sent he made a trip in town to the spa place, so they had a hot tub outside, and she told him that they needed the bleach or whatever it is for the hot tub. And the bleach was he went and got that, I think, because there was like empty bottles of it in the front of her Land Range Rover or whatever, which is like, why would he put those in the front of her Range Rover? That's so weird. Of course, there's other strange things with her Range Rover. So as the case comes out, they found fingerprints that were from an unrelated, totally, I can't remember all of the verbiage, but it basically from a sex offender, but it was not even like, it was not, the DNA was not for, it was discluded. It was not anybody there that harmed Suzanne. And defense counsel kept trying to, and they still do, that they keep trying to introduce that and say that that's somebody else was there to get Suzanne. And that wasn't it. So I don't know if Suzanne ever showed up on the WhatsApp, because there's other information that shows that maybe her and Jeff never communicated that day.
Yeah.
There's some strange things that, like I said, you could just delve into, and you go down a deep rabbit hole. And I know you love those, Brandy. And
I do.
I could take you there. It's crazy. But I'm not sure that Jeff ever went to, because he basically said, let's get naked, and like, I'm assuming have some kind of phone sex or something, but I don't think that that ever happened. I think Barry came home before that based on his telematics, and I'm not 100% sure from that point forward. Without looking at it again, this has been like, so out of court since April of 2022. And now here we are again. And I would say that there's going to be I think there will probably be an arrest pretty quickly. I don't see how there couldn't be. So Barry acts all weird, and like he says that when he's giving his alibi, he says that they had a great night together Saturday night. That basically they shared a steak and even a fork, because there was only a plate, a fork in the dishwasher or whatever. And so like their romantic dinner was so romantic that they shared a steak and a fork. Like, I don't really see
That's the
Barry
least
doing
romantic
that.
thing ever. That's the least
No,
romantic thing. Don't touch my food. You know
I
what's romantic? Get me extra and you sit over there and mind your own business. That's what's romantic.
yeah, I don't.
Sharing a fork and a plate is not romantic.
Sharing a
That's
fork is not romantic to me. That's
no,
just gross. Like,
no.
no. And then he says that they had sex and it was wonderful, and then he left Suzanne to go to Broomfield at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay. It doesn't line up again with the telematics, and you'll hear that mentioned so much in this case because there's just a sick amount of it. Pages and pages and pages. Like, I have in front of me a 4-inch binder of just documents and notes taken from all the different hearings that I've taken, and thousands of screenshots from different hearings. And I know that like people like AK and others have so much data. It's insane. It's just insane. There's just so much of it. And Lauren Scharf, who was the reporter on it, I became really good friends with her, and she's been the reporter on the case mostly. Like, I think she's like the one in the know. She's close to the family, and she had even spoken to them yesterday, and was very emotional over all of it with them. But I'm kind of like weaving in and out there a little bit, but it's this case has just grabbed anybody's heart. That it was kind of like the reason why I think this grabbed so many people's hearts is like the husband wasn't looking. Like, Brandy, did I send you the picture where Barry is laying down in the grass?
I don't think so. Let's see.
I posted it on Twitter last night where he was looking for Suzanne. No, he was not looking for Suzanne. His friends and Suzanne's brother came from Indiana to look for Suzanne the day after. So basically they arrived on Monday and Tuesday. Exactly, human guy. And he's with his one buddy from Indiana that knows Suzanne and Barry so well. Like, it's insane. They were so close. And he's like, man, I got this picture of Barry and it really bothers me. That one, go back to that one. Yeah. So that's what Barry does. They're all searching for Suzanne. His wife is missing. No idea where she is, allegedly. And that's Barry. What the actual what? Like, takes his shoes
Back
off
with his shoes off. Yeah.
and he lays down And I mean, that was a site that was an area that the FBI actually did hone in on later and look to see if he had dug something up and like looked at or put her there, put evidence there or whatever. But yeah, Jams, yeah, he was tired. Yeah, he didn't ever actually look for Suzanne. He didn't actually ever search for Suzanne, ever. And neither did the girls. And I know a lot of people say, I feel sorry for the girls. The girls didn't search for Suzanne. It's disgusting. And that's what is so sad about this case is like it was the internet, it was us sleuthers that decided that we weren't going to let Suzanne's name not be heard, right? We weren't going to let her name disappear from the public eye. And, you know, Keith from Dateline came into town. Nancy Grace owns this case. Like Nancy Grace has so many Suzanne videos on her. There's the girls. So Macy is now with the black hair, and she was the blonde before. She changed her hair color after Suzanne was killed or went missing. Barry lost all of his muscle tone when he went to prison or went to jail, and before the judge allowed him to get out on bond while the trial was pending. And then that's Mallory on the far left. Still amazingly gorgeous girls.
He filed, Kelly P. real quick asked about the lawsuit. Yeah, he filed a lawsuit in May, I think it was, for like $15 million.
Yes.
For them, for, being arrested and falsely, charged and prosecuted and whatever the.
Gosh, and it's so funny because it's like, it's almost stupid because it was like the case had kind of died down in the media and like not very many people were talking about it. Not that there weren't people searching for her because AK and his people were still searching. AK has drones out all the time searching for her. There were still, law enforcement was still searching for her. There's a lot of rumor that he put her down a mine. And there are so many mines in Colorado. Miss Kim, last that they were on, I think it was Good Morning America. They want to believe their dad. I'm not sure when the rubber meets the road if they believe him, but they definitely stand behind him. Yes. So
do you think that they will through the trial?
I don't know. So Macy has lost a lot through this because so if you go back and watch original videos from all of this, they're heart-wrenching. I mean, body cam footage and everything is just literally heart-wrenching, which I'm going to delve back into myself just to put my timeline back in order again with all the new information that I know. But like Macy, with her being gone, she had a boyfriend. His name was Miles. Miles lived locally. Miles left and went to the house because Macy kept trying to get a hold of her mom on Mother's Day and couldn't. So when she was trying to contact her mom, she's like, something's not right. And so now her mom hasn't answered the girls' calls on Mother's Day, allegedly not answered Barry's. He did the whole call and not answered the phone thing and text and said, I'm here in Broomfield. Like, are you up? Like expecting her to answer the phone. And so Macy sent Miles over to the house, and Miles got to the house and was like, something's off. Like his body cam footage is so incredible and so telling. It is unbelievable. Like um, it tells the greatest story, because he knew Suzanne. He knew, with her being like a cancer survivor. So at this time, they've now learned, like Barry said, oh, she was probably going to go on a bike ride, right? Well, she didn't ride her bike in the morning, and she only rode her bike in the afternoon. Well, that was the time of the wedding. Well, she was already missing. And like where they found her bike, um, it she would have never um, she would have never been able to ride the bike that distance and get up those hills. Miles said that Suzanne would drive her Range Rover over to wherever she was going to ride her bike, and then take her bike out of the vehicle. Well, the Range Rover was still in the garage, and he was like, her stuff is in the Range Rover that she uses to ride her bike. She didn't take her water canister
Her glasses,
thing.
right? Like, didn't she have her glasses and her
Her
bag and stuff?
sunglasses were in the car. Her, like nothing made sense. Like, and her her helmet was by this time was already thrown and discarded, like about a quarter of a mile or so from the bike. So they end up, the law enforcement comes around the corner and they see the bike where it was. And it doesn't look like she went off the road riding her bike. It looks like somebody chucked the bike over the hill. Like, that's what it looks like.
Because it's like a steep, I mean, I've seen pictures of that. Let me pull up pictures of that.
Yeah.
I remember seeing pictures. I mean, it was like a steep hill, right?
Yes, it was very steep. And that's what Miles is, super athletic. Miles is competitive, like surfing, all kinds of stuff. And he was like, she's not even ready to go this way up on her bike. She wouldn't have ever done this. Like, that's not Suzanne. And so it was like, somebody asked, why was Miles on the body cam? Because law enforcement was there by this time, because they had began to search for Suzanne. They had gotten the call that Suzanne was missing, and they already started looking for her. Now, that's another thing that's strange, right? It's a woman. She's an adult. It's day one of her missing. And it's the same day. Most law enforcement does not ever, ever, ever go and start looking for somebody. And they wait 48 hours. She has the right to disappear if she wants to. But in this case, they immediately started a search. I used to be a mod, yes. And so, yes, that's where the bike was. So it just looks like he just threw it, which he did. I mean, the gear that it was even left in is not the gear that she would have ridden in it up that hill. It's just so dumb that he tried to convince. Yeah, it's so dumb.
Yeah.
So they begin the search. So Barry comes home. They call Barry. He starts ignoring the calls from law enforcement. And finally, he arrives home and he gets out of his truck. And the first thing he says was it the cat? Like, and I say it so funny. My husband laughs at me so hard because he tries to, from the very beginning, plant this seed that it's a freaking mountain lion that takes her. Like, what in the world? Like, the cat knocked her off her bike and just carried her away. Well, they don't carry uphill. How's it going to carry her uphill? She weighs more. It's just not going to happen. There's no drag marks. There's no blood. There's no anything. He tries to control the narrative from instance one. Like, the whole time. They ask him to come down to the house, and goes into her closet, and he tells law enforcement that like what clothes are Suzanne's, and he tells Suzanne he tells them that she would have had on these biking shorts. Like, how the heck do you know what biking shorts she had on? You allegedly said that she was sleeping when you left. So Cheryl McCullum, I would assume that most people know who she is, but she's with the Cold Case Foundation and with Nancy Grace a lot. I don't know if you want to talk about her any more than that, Brandy, or whatever, but she posted a little while ago, and I agree with her, is like the clothing is going to be a huge factor here. It's going to be the money, because her last photo known to life was her in this bikini on this brown towel. Okay, so if she, let's just not even say Barry, I'm not going to be accusatory. If she was killed in the bikini, then the bikini should be beside her somewhere where they found her body, right? If it was the biking shorts because she came, well, how did she get out of her biking shorts when her bike's up on the hill off the embankment? Did the lion undress her too? Like, I don't get his mindset, but suddenly he knows she had biking shorts on. Like, how did she have biking shorts on? And
Right.
yet she was on her bike. Like, so if she's in biking shorts, then that would be a tell of when she was killed.
Yeah.
Or if she's in pajamas, like, was that Friday night or Saturday night? And it baffles me, but I agree with Cheryl. It's money. Like, you know exactly how this is gonna fall out, and you will be able to tell exactly her time of death, or her nail that down just a little bit more, just by what she's wearing.
Right.
And so I know that as the timeline goes on, so he says she's in bed and her phone was like beside her, but her phone pings in Poncha Springs at 4:23 a.m. And Poncha Springs is over there where he ended up residing and living in like a condo over there after he got out of jail. Well, I think after he sold the house or whatever, but him and the girls moved to the him and Macy at least lived in the condo and not in the house on oh my gosh, I can't think of the name right now. Puma Path. There we go.
Oh.
Okay. So, but back there was a lot of construction going on. So I think that he probably tossed her phone over there. And that is also, my husband mapped it out last night. And it is on the way to where her body was found. Will you put those pictures up?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of discussion about this area, and I'm going to say it completely wrong, but I think it's called Sawatch. It is like a desert. It's like sagebrush or sage bush or something, and that's where she was left. Like, so I don't know. They haven't told us yet where her body was found. There's several several different pictures. I sent Brandy, so she'll pop those up. There's like yeah, so it's like 45 miles from where her phone last pinged. then it's another 3.5 opposite hours away from Broomfield. So it doesn't make sense how he started dumping trash and evidence Sunday morning in Broomfield, according to the timeline, without me further breaking down the timeline, just looking roughly over my notes today and a little bit very late last night. I don't see that he discarded her body Saturday night, unless somebody else did it for him. Yeah, that mountain lion carried her a long way. I see
Yeah,
that,
right?
Simon. Yeah, that didn't happen. Right. Now, the helmet was only found, I didn't send you a picture of that yet. The helmet was found about 1/4 mile away from the house. And it was found actually kind of on the property of the last judge that handled the case, actually, which is interesting because he wasn't. Oh, great. I was practicing pronouncing it last night because I kept saying Segawache. And my husband said, you don't pronounce it wrong. So I was like, okay, I'm going to say it like Swatch, like the watches used to be.
Funny.
So,
Here's the residence, here's the bike, and here's the helmet on this
thank
map.
you. Yeah. So, and there's so many mines around there and so much water. So the Arkansas River flows through the Morphew's backyard. So like, okay, something that I didn't touch on was like CBI was involved from minute one. And then like basically like the next day, okay, not minute one, but like the next day. And maybe they were there that night. Okay, but the FBI was there the same week. Like later in the week, the FBI arrived because like the woods behind the Morphews, that's federal property. There's so much federal land as far as just Indian property and the mines and just different woods and everything. And Johnny Grusing, I mean, you know that if you've heard his anything about him when he did the story on when he did the case on Scott Kimball. Scott Kimball would hide his victims in federal forests, and that was Johnny Grusing's first serial killer case. And so you had Johnny Grusing right up Barry's butt, which I like. I have like crush. My husband knows this. Johnny Grusing's like my brain crush. Like I love him. His brain is just awesome. So this it went on for. So he killed. Suzanne went missing May 10th of 2020. And Barry was not arrested till May 5th of 2021. Their house is beautiful. I see Jody's comment there. And absolutely stunning, the steps and everything that go down to the river and everything. But her body could have just been anywhere so easily. And it is very close to Monarch ski resort. So when they were saying, when the case got dismissed and the prosecution said they believe that her body is under 5 feet of snow, there was still snow up on that mountain where the ski resort is. There was still like 5 feet of snow there. We were watching the snow ticker on Monarch Springs. We had it on our phones. So that was interesting. And some, like at Puma Path, there was no snow, but up on the mountains, I mean, right now, Colorado's already getting snow and we're in September.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So thankfully, they already found her body, because in a few more weeks, that would be covered with snow.
Wow.
I think, did I send you the picture of the mound of dirt that, I mean, they dug up a big area around her too. It looks like there's a lot of media involved. There's a lot of witnesses. I can't remember how many witnesses they had, but there were like, I think originally like 400 witnesses on the witness list. It was a lot. And
I don't have it, but let me pull it up.
so while you're doing that, currently, I believe that Barry is living in Indiana. Who found her? I believe it was CBI, according to the news article from Chaffee County. I posted that on Twitter. I didn't send that to you, Brandy, but you can share that if you want to. I don't know. I posted so much stuff, you might not be able to find it. Or you could just Google it. Chaffee County shared it yesterday afternoon that Suzanne's body was found. I'll kind of summarize that they did find her body. They're not describing how they found it, like as far as what condition they found it in. Like, was it in, there was talk of coolers missing. There was talk of, like, Barry's an avid hunter and they couldn't find one cooler at the Morphew home. And the FBI thought that that was odd. Like, it is odd. He went elk hunting and everything. He would definitely take coolers with him, but there was no coolers at the Morphew home. So what did he do with all those coolers? Like, that was weird. So maybe did he put her in a cooler? So you can see the mound of dirt underneath that canopy where they were digging. Then Dina, if you're still on, will you put my Twitter handle in there for Peter or anybody else that wants it? So then there was talk about other stuff, like, okay, so he has an electric bike and he could easily, with his strength, he could easily, there was talk at times that maybe she was dismembered. If she was dismembered, he could put her in a bag of some sort and put her on his back and take her up into a mountain and leave her somewhere. I don't know if that's if that's how they found her, if she was in some kind of bag or anything. This is just speculation and just me brainstorming based on anything that we've talked about before that were possibilities with her. So not really sure, but they did find like bones, and it looks like that maybe that the way that it was worded is some of them were like, well, I guess separated, but they it was interesting because I watched like Dee Dee Ron and Ed Wallace like talk about like how they identified, because they found her on Friday the 22nd, I think was Friday. And then they announced it yesterday. So how that works, like with the DNA, they definitely already had her dental records there, and they already had Mallory's DNA as they've had from the beginning of the case to match because of Suzanne's and Barry's DNA. So basically, the two things there would already like give them an identification, and they would have that instantly. But I guess also they might have either used, this is kind of gross, so if you get grossed out easily, I'm sorry, but the pulp in your teeth like always is there forever. Like after you die and everything, like, so they can use the pulp from your teeth to identify you. And then the other thing is they can use my dilly. And then they can also, what they probably did, why it took 5 days, is they probably did the bone, like, I can't remember how they do that. They extract the DNA from the bones, and then they got a positive identification for it to be Suzanne.
So why were they, because I haven't had a chance to read, I mean, you know how much I have on my plate right now. I haven't had a chance to read up on them finding her. So I'm hearing conflicting things about why they were searching, where they were searching, because it was a separate, unrelated search or anything. How much do we know about that?
So I guess some of the talk that I was hearing last night was a lady named, and I hope I don't mispronounce it, but possibly a lady named Edna Quintana, and they were looking for her in that area. There's some cult activity over in that area, or there was at one point. There's been other deaths, other bodies found over there before. So I mean, it's really just like a desert, like out in the middle of nowhere area, and seems to be kind of easy just to dump and run, and nobody's going to really go look there. Like but I think that there's some stuff on Barry's telematics that show this area slightly, and then a gap in the telematics, if I'm not mistaken, but I haven't fully dug into that yet.
Oh, it's crazy. I'm really glad that they were able to find it. And like you said, like, I think one of the most interesting things about this is going to be seeing what we find out about what she had on.
Yes.
Let us know, what more narrow down the time frame on, what happened and what's still happening, and
it was a lot of people were
hiding.
like, wanted to see if it was like, oh, was it Jeff Libler that did this? Well, Jeff Libler was cleared by the FBI. Johnny Grusing and I'm trying to think of the other FBI agent that interviewed him multiple times and even went to Michigan to talk to Jeff in person. Jeff did some shady stuff, I'm not going to lie. Jeff, basically, he, when Suzanne went missing and his brother told him that Suzanne was missing, he deleted all his apps on his phone. He didn't come forth and say, hey, I was the other guy. I've been having an affair with Suzanne and she stopped communicating with me at blah time. Like, he didn't come forth and tell FBI or other agents or law enforcement until they came knocking on his door, which is super shady. And I don't like that. But he had an alibi, and he has like video footage of him being at Home Depot or Lowe's or someplace, and like credit card receipt and everything, like down, like it shows his phone there. It shows like his picture on their security footage. Like, I mean, it's like they double searched. Like, he didn't do it. And but he still was, like, I think the saddest thing for me and the many people that just like fell in love with Suzanne when we heard about Libler is that sorry for my swear, but what an asshole. Another man just jaded her. Like, he couldn't even be man enough to like come forth and say what he did out of fear for his marriage and his kids or whatever, out of fear of Barry coming after him, out of whatever, but he was just weak. And I think it's sad. Like, I think it's so sad that even in her death, nobody was, that's why I think it just created, again, another reason why it just created such an uprising in social media to protect Suzanne and find justice for her, because it's not right. I mean, and then when Jeff, Jeff still didn't tell his wife when the FBI came and talked to him. He didn't tell his wife until he was about to become a witness in the preliminary hearing. And so then he had to tell his wife, like, oh, by the way, I might be, my name's going to be splashed all over the media.
Wow.
I'm like, dude, you are shady.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel so bad for her and the kids, because like, and Suzanne thought that he was like gold, that he was going to be he was her soulmate after all this time that she had, but he was just doing what some men do. He probably had no intention of ever leaving his wife. And, he was just, Suzanne was on the side for him. And it just breaks my heart, like, for her, like he just used her.
Yeah.
And I, not that I promote an affair or leaving his marriage or anything like that. That is not who I am. It just is the matter of what she believed about him, and like, that he failed her by not even like coming out and saying what he did and admitting his wrongs. And like, he could have helped the investigation so much earlier. And to, and given a better timeline for law enforcement, and he didn't. And that's just, he's just weak, just a weak man.
Yeah.
It just was, another man lying to her and mistreating her. And it's so sad.
Wow.
So, I mean, I just think, then our judges of Colorado, both judges let her down, that were assigned to the case. And some of the investigators attached to the case, they let her down. I mean, with the exception of it being some people that just didn't even frankly know her, that were searching and putting off drones. And I know a couple guys. I know a couple guys that swam into beaver dens in the bottom of the river looking for her body to see if her body was down there. Like, just innocent men that were just trying so hard to see where Suzanne was. But I know that they literally searched and swam and went down to the bottom of those rivers and into these beaver dens, and we're searching to see if she got dropped in the river, because that was one of the cases that he watched. So he watched a case on the bike. It was a girl, and I think it's a 48 Hours episode, and it's a pink bike, the girl with the pink bike. So statistically speaking, anybody that is abducted from a bicycle, the bike will always, 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 always go with them, because the abductor does not want the person, like the law enforcement, to know where the point of abduction was. So the bike always goes. So the fact that he left the bike behind was stupid. Like, he should have just taken the bike and put it somewhere. And in this case, Barry left the bike behind. And in the case of the pink bike, they left the bike behind. And so it was one of those things. Then the case of Fred Grappe, he killed his wife, and the trees, like he decapitated her and dismembered her, and then he put her head in like a barrel and put it down the river. But the smoke rings from where he burned her body like the smoke, like her DNA went into the maple tree or whatever, where she was at, where he burned her body. And that's how they discovered him. And his girlfriend was going to report him. And so basically, he got busted that way. But that was one of the things that people thought, that possibly Barry did something with the fact that the river was literally in their backyard. He could have just walked and I mean, he did make man-made little dams along that river. There's a lot of them in the footage that AK has with his drones. So it's just, it's crazy. It's crazy the stuff that he did to thwart. Linda Stanley was the DA originally, and she said, this is a nobody case because that's what Barry wanted it to be. Barry wanted it. That was part of his plan. It was part of his plan to make it a nobody case so that we could not prove 100% that it was him, that he did this. And like, he wanted to make it difficult that we could not find Suzanne. And, but we believe that, it was that he did this. And, now they have her body, and it is like, I know so many people that were literally just sobbing and speechless and screaming. Like, I was screaming so loud I couldn't even get it out of my mouth that they found her body last night. My husband's like, what? I'm like, I'm reading the police thing from Chaffee County, and I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I was screaming it so loud I couldn't even get it out of my mouth that they found Suzanne. And I'm just like, just to see that her family has this little tiny piece of closure is so awesome.
Yeah. Gosh, it's crazy. I mean, we'll definitely follow it. And this is one that, I've watched before I even got into like having my own channel and stuff, like I said, but this is one that since I've had my channel, I've had multiple people send me and ask me about because of the data. Like telemetrics and stuff like that. Like there have been people that have asked me to get involved with that. And I know that, there's so much and it's very time consuming. So I keep I have it on my list, but it's one of those things that I'm like, there's no way I can make time for everything. So I'm trying to go as I can, but it was crazy because then when the body was found yesterday, then I had like 27 or 28 more emails and texts and DMs about hey, help us out.
Yeah.
So just with the data visualization stuff. So,
well, yeah, because he had a friend that was like, he's called the Apple guy. Like he had a friend that he was doing something, like the Apple guy was possibly helping him reprogram or do something with his phone and his telematics in his truck. I mean, Barry clearly ripped out the telematics in his vehicle, thinking that he unplugged some of it, but maybe didn't. It's so much to try to just explain if you especially don't have the mind for following some of that stuff. You have to really open up your mind and just think how much he really thought about doing this. Like he put so much premeditation into this. It was insane. And all the while he was involved with a woman, he was not okay with Suzanne having a lover, but he was involved with somebody. And it's very public.
Wow.
So it still is, as far as I know, he's still involved with her. She's living in Indiana with him.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I was about to say, it's crazy.
It's
Wow.
crazy, but I would be interested to see right now. I know. I just see Phoenix Rising. Kurt and Martin are the telematic guys. Kurt is AK. They are really good at the telematics.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll have to. I think I saw he follows me on Twitter, so I followed him back. And I saw that he had been sharing some stuff about it and tweeting some stuff about it or whatever, and that he's put a lot into this. So I haven't had a chance to go through all of his stuff, but I'll be interested to see it. So
AK's put a lot into it, and he's also put up with a lot. He's had his vehicles damaged. He's had like personal things done to his vehicles, and a lot of personal attacks and personal threats. The people that Barry has around him have done a lot of things to people, a lot of things to witnesses, and it's been scary for a lot of people. That's why it's been so quiet in some cases too. So it's a lot of people have been afraid to talk.
yeah, wow. Well, we will be following it closely. I appreciate you coming on and going over everything.
Sure.
I knew enough about this case to kind of say what it's about, but I don't know all the details because I haven't done a deep dive on it. So I don't want to tell a halfway story. I want to honor the victims and tell what it is. And I know that's what you're all about too. So I appreciate you coming on and like giving all the details and all the information that I didn't know. So
sure. My pleasure.
All right, everybody wave through your
Bye.
portals at the Advocate. Thank you so much. Love you. I'll talk to you later. Bye. I love her. Now y'all get to put a face with a name. That was awesome. She knows a lot about it that I don't. So, and this is a big case. There's a lot involved. This is one of those that like you got to deep dive, to understand all of it. And I have not had a chance to do that. And I don't like going over stuff if I'm not the best one to give you the information, I'll bring you the best one to give you the information. So, so thank you, the Advocate. Appreciate you. Crazy stuff. And speaking of crazy stuff, we still don't have freaking verdicts. How is that even possible? How? And I keep thinking like, dang, did I pause it on accident? Nope. How? What are they thinking about? What are they thinking about? Let me check the other channels. The other stuff. Let's see. No hunger. Don't use that word. Amazon warrant reveals search for knives linked to Brian Koberger. Let's see. Oh, I guess, is that all they stopped for was just lunch? Go away. Go away. Oh, they're at lunch. Hold on. Let me close. Okay, so clock is at, they just went to lunch in Amie's trial, and clock is stopped at 6 hours and 33 minutes. I can't see over there. Let me see. And deliberations for Cara. 8 hours and or like 9 hours. 9 hours. Did y'all think it was going to take 9 hours? Did y'all think it's going to take 6 hours for Amy's? I didn't. Sure didn't. All right. Well, we've got both of them on, but they're at lunch. So it'll be a little bit before they come back. Yeah. Have these people never heard of a working lunch? I guess I thought the Pursehouse case would be fairly quick, not like an hour quick, but I was thinking, like, in my head, I was thinking 4 hours, only because I was like, it's going to take them time to go through to decide which level. But I was not planning on it being this long. Like 4 was the magic number in my head. But what do I know? I know a lot. I do. I'm a technology executive vice president. I know a lot. All right. Wondering if the defense not putting on a case threw them off. What happened with that? Because I got questions. They said in the beginning, unless they realized, like, hey, everybody thought y'all sounded ridiculous, so abort mission. But did you notice that they said in the beginning that they were going, ow. I scratched myself. They said that they were going to have an expert come and talk about how she probably climbed over the balcony and that she was dangling there, and that they're going to tell us that the science shows that her body maybe could have just dropped on her own. And then that person never showed up. I'm going to be honest. I'm okay with that person not showing up because I don't think that makes a lick of sense. But what do I know? I know a lot. All right. Jenny O'Brien, good night. I will not put the verdict in the thumbnail. Just for you. All right. So Stephanie Willis says, if she indeed climbed over the balcony, it was to get away from him. So still his fault. So that's what they were kind of going for. They were like, because they said in the openings, they were like, you know, sure, he set in motion a series of events that led to her death. But his intention was not that. His intention was just to go talk to her because he was so desperate to go talk to her. And he just desperately needed to go talk to her. I don't think that there has been anybody that I have been removed from for 8 years of my life who didn't birth me. But I wasn't removed for either of them for 8 years of my life. But regardless, I don't think there has been anybody that I have been removed from my life for 8 years. And I thought, I desperately need to go talk to them. And then I think about, like, the people I was with, I say people like there was like a harem. I didn't have a harem. The people, as in the one I was with 8 years ago, and like, I mean, he's great. We're friends, you know, but the thought of having to like desperately having to go, you know, break into his house with a syringe full of nicotine so that I can talk to him. That's not going through my mind. It's more like, hey, I'm going to be in Georgia, you know, at the end of the year. Let's have lunch. It's not, I need to go break in and hide and wait because I'm so desperate. So weird. So weird. Let me not say weird. I'll get in trouble for saying weird. It is weird. Let's see. Whoa. Kathy Davidson says, well, I did not get to watch it. Did y'all see JT's trial last night? The openings, the defense got up and thanked the jury for coming. And that was it. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Wow. That's like when, on the Vallow trial, when, Archibald got up and was like, I just want to thank y'all for paying your taxes because that's how I get my paycheck. So thank y'all for showing up and cheers to taxes. That didn't go over well. He also gave his resume and he said that he had a bomb like in his office. Somebody put a bomb in his office or the parking lot or something. Y'all remember that? It was a very strange opening. I'm not big on openings that are like their resume, you know, or like their life story. Like some attorneys like to make it about them. And I get that like maybe they're trying to like engage the jury. Like, hey, this is me. I'm a person. I'm not just an attorney. But all that does is make me think they're trying to distract me from what's really happening. Because if they really had a case, they'd be like, look, let me tell y'all what you're going to hear. Let me tell you what you're going to see. Not like, thanks for paying your taxes. But what do I know? A lot. So much. That's why I have my ex blocked because he tries to show up about every 8 years. I only have a couple of like ones that ended really badly. Most of mine have, you know, been fine. Like I only have a couple that ended really badly. And now there's so many ways to get in touch with me on the internets, on the interwebs, that I'm sure they'll be popping back up soon. Well, one already did. Ugh. All right, let's see. That's called a reverse harem in Spicy Books. Ooh, Spicy Books. Look, I got Spicy Books. I got OnlyFans. We got feet fondlers. Wait, what? Not feet fondlers. What was it again? Feet finders. Feet finders. Feet finders. So many assaults happen because someone just wanted to talk. Yeah, because they don't just want to talk. They have a need to get a glimmer of hope. So they don't want to talk. They want an opportunity to give them hope. That talk is not going to provide closure because they are not looking for closure. They are looking for an in. And they are hoping that that talk will lead to another talk, or at least the open thought of there being another talk or another meeting or another opportunity. And it is it fuels the obsession because they don't just want to talk. They want, which is exactly why you have the air quotes, just to talk, because that's not what they're wanting. You're absolutely right. Fresh. No more F words today, y'all. No more F words. Virginia Little says, if there's anybody that I removed from my life for that amount of years, I would have nothing to do with them now. I have ex-family members from my husband's side that don't talk to me and a few ex-friends. Yeah, I mean, anybody that I've removed from my life, it's for a reason. I have a very small bubble, and I like it that way. Because I learned the hard way that you can't trust anybody. I won't say anybody. Let me rephrase that. There's very few that you can trust. Going to be a wild ride, that Joel Guy Jr. Yeah, any of y'all who are interested in literally the most fun you could have on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights, Night Court. Just started the new trial yesterday, right? Everything's running together. Yesterday. So Joel Guy Jr., craziness. To hold on to that level of feelings for that long, it's very, you know what though? I can tell you, I'll tell you what I would obsess over and break into a house for after 8 years. If somebody took Lucy, I could see myself like running into them and being like, oh, okay, now I can figure out where they live. I would totally break into somewhere for Lucy, but not a dude. But Lucy, I would, because she's so perfect. Brandy would make a great attorney. Thank you. I used to want to be an attorney, and my parents wanted me to become an attorney because they said I argue so much that I was destined for it. And also, you know what's funny though? Because they say I argue so much, and I did, but only for things that I felt real passionate about. I didn't argue just to argue. Well, except for with my mama sometimes, because I had a sassy mouth on me for a bit. I went through a phase. I went through a sassy mouth phase. But I would argue things that mattered, and I would only argue if I knew that I could back it up, because I hate being wrong. I hate it. I hate it so much. And so if I argued something, it was always like something I can back up. And it was usually about like, I actually would have made a good lawyer, because it was usually about like injustice and stuff. Like there was this one math teacher, I don't even remember his name. He was awful. He was hateful. And he retired early, like middle of the year, after I threw a pack of markers at him. But it was like dry erase markers. It wasn't like Sharpies. And I didn't like throw them at him. It was like to him. It was more to him. But he treated everybody so terrible. He was such an awful, awful person. And he was like a bad teacher. And anytime you tried to talk to him or like get help, he was so rude to everybody. And I just like, and he wasn't like that to me, but like in the beginning. And then when I started given him my mind, then he changed and did that. Then he was no longer nice to me, but he just hateful to everybody. So, and I didn't think that was right. So like, and I have no problem getting a sassy mouth when I'm standing up for other people. And I didn't like the way he treated people. So I stood up to him, and he retired. It was at him. I didn't throw the markers. Oh, wait, Freudian slip. It was to him. Thank you to everyone except Lori Vallow for paying taxes. Yeah, because she didn't pay hers. They are reaching out about your car's extended warranty. Yeah. Yeah. Carrier pigeons. I'm the same way. I have a very small tribe. Very small tribe. But we ride it out. Lucy's snoring again. She is so lazy. A very small bubble that I pop on the regular. Oops. Yeah. For real. For real. What did I think of Vinnie Politan when I met him? I've heard different opinions. I thought he was great. He was really funny. He asked me for a card, and I was like, I don't have one. So he was like, open up your Twitter. And so I opened up my Twitter, and he like got my Twitter or whatever on there, which was really funny because I was like, I thought about making cards, and then just totally like just let time get away and never did do it. Whatever. But he was really funny. He was, we talked to him. I talked to him. I talked to him. He was nice. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm behind. Try to catch up. Not the Sharpies. I saved the Sharpies. Brooklyn's had a male stalker and a female stalker. Which one do you think was scarier and why? I feel like for the male, it would I would be more physically intimidated. But girls can be vicious. Yeah, I think he's amazing too. He was great. I'm flashing that foot. My feet are so swollen too, where I've been sitting here, where I sat here for so long yesterday too. So if swollen feet are your thing, feet finders. I have had a stalker. It was mildly unnerving. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's such a violation. Like I remember showing up for work, and this is when I was younger, and he was I worked at a bar. I was a bartender in college. It was like one of my jobs. I worked like 3 jobs to put myself through college. But I showed up for like a day shift or whatever. So it's like 10 a.m., 9 a.m., whatever. So I'm like at the bar, like cutting fruit and stuff. Nothing's open, not open. And he just walks in and is sitting there, and I've got knives on the table. I mean, it's just unnerving. It's like, that's, even the times when you think like you should have privacy, not even privacy, you should have protection in an environment, there is none. And that's I think the hardest part for what I went through personally, was like the never feeling like there was ever a time when I was ever safe. Scary stuff. Cochrane-Rintala is in the 4th trial. Is he a flirt? He wasn't a flirt. Here, I can show you pictures. I can show y'all some of my he was very friendly. I wouldn't say flirt. All right, let's see. Oops. Okay, so this is Camille, who I'm obsessed with. I think she was the first one that I put on the trial mama's calendar. I love her. And then Kristen Gibbons, she was the prosecutor for the Bill Cosby case. And then, of course, Matt Murphy. And we ran into Matt Murphy at dinner the last night on Sunday. And like everybody else had left. It was like pretty much the entire hotel had, like, not the entire hotel, but like the entire crime con had cleared out because everything ended Sunday afternoon. So there was only like a small group that stayed Sunday. So everything was like much quieter. So it was kind of cool. So, but we ran into him at supper. But this was one of my favorite panels. And plus, how gorgeous and smart are both of these women? I did not tell her she's on the trial calendar. But maybe I should have gotten her to sign it. Okay, Jessica that I was talking about earlier, Jessica Knoll. This is her. Then she's on the Investigators podcast. This is Valerie. So Valerie found me during the Murdaugh trial. She's actually writing a book on Murdaugh, and she was on the podcast, on the Netflix documentary too. And then this is Creighton Waters playing the guitar. He did a good job. And then the singer right here, he did a really good job too. And then Cheryl McCollum, she has a great podcast too. She introduced them. She did a good job. Let's see. And then I got to brag on my friend, Carrie. Oops. So Joel, if y'all watch Surviving the Survivor podcast, he has their YouTube channel, and he is just as sweet as he can be. He's awesome. And Carrie, my friend Carrie Rawson, she's awesome. She's so strong, so brave. She did such a good job. This was her panel. Her panel was like packed out. It was like, we were in like the gold section or whatever, like up front, and we got there kind of early. So I didn't realize how packed it had gotten until all of a sudden, like, we looked back and I was like, oh my gosh, like everybody wanted to come see what she had to say. She's a dear friend. I love her very much. Oh, and I got to play in the arcade. I mean, oh yes, Shoka Bacon. I did get to meet Carm, and she is a firecracker. She's hilarious. But I only got to see her once. Is that all of them? I thought I had more. Oh, look how. Yeah, this okay. Okay. This is like the VIP cocktail party thing before the CrimeCon Awards or before the Clue Awards. They called him Jesse Weaver. They called him the Justin Timberlake of true crime, which was really funny because his hair is apparently always perfect. And there's Nancy at the CrimeCon Awards. And then Jessica getting her award. She did a great job. Dr. Kinsey's thing was awesome. And he had Stephanie's crochet guys up there, which was really cool. And look how many people were in there for Dr. Kinsey's. I showed this the other night on the stream. If y'all weren't there. And then Defense Diaries, Bob Mata. It's Jessica. Oh, there's Vinny. So there's one too that I think I have it in my text where, because there's a couple pictures that they took, and there's one where he's holding the microphone in front of Mel. There's one where he's holding the microphone in front of me, and I'm cracking up. I think that one's in my text, but he was nice. He looks so serious in that picture. And then Nancy. Oh, and Gigi's parents. So Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis, these are her parents, and they were the sweetest things. And I forgot to get a picture with Gigi. I saw her. I was on her live stream, talked to her, but I never did get a picture with her. I forgot, but I got a picture with her parents. And then, is Jessica still in here? Or did she have to go? Jessica's still in here. So Jessica for Justice that I was talking about earlier, this is Jessica. And then of course Carrie and Chart Lady. And then this is one of Jessica's friends. They're moving the camera. You see that? They're moving the camera. They're moving it. Oh yeah, this was at the party. They had like all these light up things, which is fun. And then, of course, Joel again from Surviving the Survivor. And then Phil Waters, hello, like legend. And Scott Duffy, FBI, legend. I thought I had more than that. Where are my, oops. No. I thought I had more than that. Ah, look at Lucy. I love her. Showed those. Oh, the pandas. Oh, yeah, there's more. Okay. Here's so this was at the CrimeCon Awards and this was awesome. So they got up there and Gabby Petito Foundation got up there and won an award, and then it said, oh, well, here it says, though we were honored to win Crime Fighter of the Year, we wanted to honor It's if y'all want to look at it on Twitter, I don't know if you can see this. It's at BAM_FI. But it's the Black and Missing Foundation. And this part was so cool. I said when it happened, it gave me chills because it was like they were just so. It was such a great moment. But they wanted to honor the Black and Missing Foundation with a $15,000 donation for all the amazing work they do. And he said, we love you and we stand by you. And it was incredible. It was awesome. What else? Carrie's shirt, no touching, I bite. And this was at the cocktail party too. It's Carrie and Mel. And then, here's Carm. Look how cute she is. I love her. She is incredible. She is spunky. I love her. Oh, and here's Dr. Kinsey. This was at the party. And this is Dr. Kinsey and his wife, Dee Dee, who is also just the sweetest person in the whole entire world. Like, just the sweetest person. They both are. They're both just, I want to frame this. I want to hang this on my mantle. I don't have a mantle. I live in a condo. But I want to hang it on something. Hang it on the refrigerator. And then I shared this to I want to do some segments on that. I showed that one. And then it could mail. And chat boyfriend. I think that's it. Yeah, that's all of them. It was fun. It was fun. I had a blast. It was a great opportunity to really, meet some people who are focused on the same things that I'm focused on and want to use, this community and this platform for good. So I am excited for the next one. It's fun. Good stuff came over it. I saw them move, and now they're not moving now. We do have some great merch stuff. Actually, okay, so remember, we have on the giveaway, I'm so distracted. I'm sorry. Okay, focus. On the giveaway, the 10K giveaway party day, we are doing giveaways for the merch stuff. So I'm going to give away, I'm going to buy you, we're going to do 10 stickers. We're going to do 10 coffee mugs. We're going to do 10. Maybe we'll do a special occasion one. Maybe like a special occasion 10K sticker and a special occasion 10K mug. And it'll be like The only ones that exist. There will only be 10 in existence, and y'all will get them. The winners will get them. Maybe that's what we'll do. I think that's what we'll do. Is Polly in here? That's what we'll do. That sounds fun, right? That makes it more special. So 10 stickers, 10 mugs, 10 t-shirts, and then 10 of the stickers that Recovery Addict sent, 10 of the crowns that Kathy sent, and then one winner will get to pick anything they want from the merchandise. Or if you don't see something you want on the merchandise, then we will design whatever you want. And we're going to do, I know that not everybody can be there, so we will do some of the drawings will be from just other members, like whoever's on the list, and then some of them will be just for the people who are at the party, because it's highly unlikely we're going to have 10,000 in chat, and we want people that are in the party to be able to have a good chance to get something, but we also want you to not miss out if you can't be there. But you are going to miss out if you can't be there, because it's going to be the most fun you could ever have on the internet. Except for feet finders, apparently, because it's all y'all talk about these days. The way that we're going to do it is our incredible team has found a really cool thing. I don't know who was here on the giveaway that I did when we were trying to get Kathy to whatever number we were trying to help her get to. And we did the giveaway. We're going to put the names in there. It's like a website, but it's like a spin wheel thing. And we've used it before. It's really cool. And that's what we're going to use to choose. So it'll be fun. It'd be so fun. The spin wheel thingy. Yeah, that's the technical term for it. The spin wheel thingy. Yes. What is taking so long? Somebody go knock on the jury door and tell them they can't possibly still be waiting, talking, thinking. That's kind of what we were thinking. What is happening? Why? Well, they should just now be coming back from lunch for them, right? So I think they went at like 2:15 or something. What, 2:15 my time, 12:15 their time. I don't know exactly what time. I'm thinking sometime around 7-ish. 7-ish my time, 8-ish Eastern. 80s, you can't sneak in. I see you. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so something I noticed. You can't sneak in. We literally see you. Literally see you. Something that I noticed. I think when I was sleeping, I have moved my eyebrows because this ain't where they go, is it? Aren't they? Or maybe I'm just old. Oh, they're sticky. Aren't they supposed to be like up here? Because I feel like, see how low they are on my, it's like they're, that ain't right, right? Brooks Mason says, I just caught up, and every time you said Brooks, I was like, Mama Church, well, I didn't do nothing. That's funny. That's funny. It's funny when we have some of y'all that are in here a lot when we have different trials where, like John Thomas, you know, there was a JT in here, and RJT, and there was like Sharon when we had Sharon, Thami Sharon. Oh, Thami. Let me see if Detective Dino Kelly wrote me back. I can't believe I missed his message. Give me one thing to do. One thing to do. Maybe there's a little bit more than one thing to do. I have a Lucy. There's a Lucy wine glass on there. Or did I take it off? I ordered one. I don't know if I made it available to the public. But we have like a little that Lucy emoji that's on there. We have it on a wine glass. We can put on more stuff. Oh, Lady Libra, yay. Lady Libra says, I have a pic of you and Gigi. I'll DM you. It's from her bumping into you on her live. Oh, yay. Good. Yay. I didn't get one. Let's see. I don't see. Dang. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, that's not him. What is this? I get some of the weirdest stuff sent to me. Ah. Awkward. All right. I don't know. Okay, so sorry, I had to look through everything because I had way more than I thought I had just from this morning. But he has not written me back yet, but I kind of screwed up by not seeing it for a week, but I'll write him back. We'll get him. We'll get him. I get some of the weirdest stuff sent to me. Fun times. All right, let's see. Oh, okay. So the advocate just sent this. This was the last photo that was taken. Isn't she pretty? Of Suzanne. It's so sad. Oh. That scared me.
Ready for jury, John? All set.
Oh, dang. What's happening?
We're back on the matter of 1180 CR 0128, the Commonwealth versus Cochrane-Rintala.
Sure, yeah.
Currently on trial.
Is this it? Whoa. Hey. Easy on the camera. Back up. Back up. Get your hand off the camera.
Now back in session. Please be seated.
Right, members of the jury, we're going to break for the day. Once again, I will instruct you not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other, now that we have stopped your deliberations for the day. I will also instruct you again not to conduct any form of outside research or investigation concerning this case or anything related to this case, to avoid contact with any of the participants in this case, as well as avoiding any and all media coverage of this case. Have a pleasant evening, and I'll ask that you be back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Jury is rise. All the watch yourselves.
Okay, 9 o'clock?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seriously. So mad. All right. I posted the update for those who were waiting. Like, are you kidding me? Oops. Oh. Um, how do I? Oh, there we go. Can I like crop myself out? Dang, I can't, can I? I took a screenshot of that and I didn't mean to put myself in that. I meant just put the judge, and now whatever. I'm just going to crop myself out. Okay. There we go. All right. So that's not what I was expecting. And they scared the crap out of me when they came back. But now they're gone. And now we're left with one. I thought somebody came in my house, barreling through my eardrums. Scared the bejesus out of me. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. 6 hours and 33 minutes for this at 2:37. So that means that they should have probably about 10 more minutes left on their lunch break. Everybody jump because I jumped. Everybody's scared. Don't be scared. All right, so since they got about 10 more minutes, I'm going to take Lucy out one more time. And I'm going to turn this off for about 10 minutes. And look, she heard me. You see her eyeballs? Look at her. She's like, what? What? We're going out again? What? What? You're funny. All right, I'm going to take her out. And then, oh my gosh, will my verdict eyebrows last till tomorrow? The only reason they lasted today was because I didn't get any sleep. But I kind of expected to get 2 verdicts today pretty quick. And then I could start working on the podcast so that I'm not up all night. And again, and this is not working out for me how I anticipated. All right, so let me unpin that message because now we ain't in verdict watch 2. All right, so Cochrane-Rintala jury has been sent home for the night. Gareth Pursehouse jury will return from lunch. About 1:38 Pacific time. Let me pin it. All right. Yeah, Lucy's up and ready. She heard me say OUT. And she's like, I got this. I know exactly what this means. I'm ready to ride. All right, y'all. I am going to look at her. What is it? What is it? You're stretching. You're very pretty. Do you want to go potty? Do you go potty? Yeah. Okay. She's so excited right now. All right. I will be back in just a few minutes. Behave. Hear her? All right. Let me change this. All right. All right, I'm back. No, ma'am. I'll give you. You get one more treat. That's it. One more. All right. So, oops, I just messing all kinds of stuff up over here. Hello, welcome. Lucy took forever. She's being a diva. And there were people out there who wanted to give her attention, and you know she ain't gonna turn that down. So here we are. All right, so are they back yet? Jury resumes deliberations like 5 minutes ago. 6 hours and 53. So we're at like 7 hours now. It's only, what time? Seven hours. So what time is it here? It's 4. So it's only 2 o'clock there. Next time we have 2 verdict watches at the same time, I'm gonna need them to be on the same time zone. Hello. Hello. All right. So I'm actually really shocked that it has taken this long. The boy in the box trial. I don't know. I'll have to look. Let's spy on RA.
If you want me to,
Let's spy on him. Oops. I'm messing stuff up. Look, I'm gonna put in my command that I'm late. I'm only late because they're getting ready to leave. It's like, should have been here 4 hours ago. Yep. Well, jury should have been done.
Use of it. I don't think it changes the outcome of the court. But it probably, if it had continued, or if he does get called back and it continues, I think he should be told, dial it back. This is a serious setting. Although you're a funny guy,
on him.
Let's keep it focused.
Don't tell him.
yeah. So what was,
Don't tell him. Don't tell him we're spying on him. I'm copywriting. I'm gonna get a copyright strike. I like to spy. I'm nosy. 80s Music Man's over there hiding. All right. I won't spy on him for too long. I like to pop in and say hi. Love me some RA. Love to support those who aren't douches. And RA is the best of the best. He's awesome. All right, let's see. So, y'all, Why are they not back? I thought they would be. I think y'all thought they would be. I don't think anybody thought they would still be taking this long. And we had so much stuff to talk about. And I don't know how. Yeah, I did just call out 80s on the channel. Because he, like, it's a joke. Like, you know, he sneaks back and forth or whatever, which is funny. And he put in the thing, he's like, hides from Brandy because I said hello. So I was like, I see you. See you. But let's see. See, a bunch of our people are in there over there now. Amy for Justice, we'll see you. These are long days. Long days. Yes, RA not only preaches kindness and respect, but he practices it as well. And that is what makes him a good guy. Honestly, I don't give a shit about what you say, but I see everything you do. That's what really matters. Is he talking to me?
Oh, but it was not at the time.
Yeah.
However, the exhibit that the defense put up and made.
I love him. He's a very good friend. Very, very good friend. Very supportive. He is. I like nice YouTubers. Go freaking figure. Love him. Love True Crime Grizzly. Grizzly True Crime. Rebecca RA is Recovery Addict. He's another YouTuber. He's a friend of mine. Grizzly True Crime is another one who is fantastic and kind. Go figure. I don't know why it's so hard to find. There are some out there. We have some on our friends of the channel. I still got my toast sitting here from this morning. Bye-bye, Cheryl. Be back. Oh, let me call y'all out since y'all are misbehaving. While I'm down there waiting on Lucy to do her business. I'm going to go and call y'all out while you're misbehaving. Acting like I ain't got eyeballs and I can't see. Y'all think you're funny. You think you're funny. This is posted in the Facebook group. I see it. I see y'all. The hearts in the background. Lovely touch. With Detective Dean Kelly from Thami. I see y'all. I see y'all. Yeah, there's a Facebook group. Join us. Join us. There's also a Discord. I'm not great at that. I have only been on Discord maybe 3 times. Does Chat Boyfriend know? Well, Chat Boyfriend just got replaced by Detective Dean Kelly. What is it with everybody trying to, like, pawn me off on people? Everybody wants to either pawn me off on their bearded son or Detective Dino Kelly or the judge. Everybody's like, get this girl a life outside of true crime. But yeah, I saw y'all. Wait, there's more. Y'all are not done being in trouble. I saw y'all. See you. Brainy Churchwell, come now. If we have to learn Discord, so do you. Oh, I have a bearded son for you. Of course you do. Everybody has a bearded son for me. So funny. And look, Jackie D had to go get some Publix chicken because I was talking about it. Had to go get some Publix chickens for her mama. That's really funny. Y'all are funny. And is this where everybody works? OnlyFans. That's really funny. Oh my gosh. I saw a post on Facebook that said coleslaw is just yeehaw kimchi, and now I can't get it out of my head. Coleslaw and a biker bar. Y'all are all in trouble. Oh, speaking of Naked Mel, he has a new channel that he's doing for shorts. So hold on, let me pull it up. Y'all gotta go follow it. Everybody. Everybody. Hold on, I gotta pull it up. I can't find it. It's for clips. Okay, this is it. Right, he has 967 right now. He just opened this one. It's like his second channel now for clips. So he just opened this one. So everybody go sub. Everybody go sub right now. Everybody go sub. Right. See, we could be rappers if this whole true crime thing doesn't work out. We could. Everybody go sub right now. He's at 967. He helped us get to 10K. So we need to help him get to, bam, 983 subbed. Y'all are doing so good. If we get him to 1,000, we got 10 more. I'll send out a mug to anyone who goes and subs. 1K. Okay. Everybody go sub. I'll give y'all a minute. And then everybody that subs, now he's at 1.01. Y'all are awesome. I texted him to tell him. And everybody who subs, we'll do a giveaway. Oh, y'all missed it. This is, forget it, y'all can't always see what I see. Tosh, this is Icked Mel. He's a YouTuber. He's got a huge channel. Like huge. His is a lot bigger than our little family, but he just started this one for his like second channel. So he helped he was on his lives and stuff this weekend. He was sending people over here to subscribe, and he had his mods made a command to send people over here and stuff. So since he helped us out, we'll help him out. He does awesome car chases. Mama 3, this is a new one. This is a different one. This is one he just had. His other one's, everybody and their mama subscribed to that one. That one's huge, but this one he just opened. But he helped us get to 10,000. And his mods made a little command for us to get it right over here, which was really sweet. So we'll help him too. Because that's what people do. Amy, we are still. I saw that. That was great. The Cara trial, the jury has gone for the day. And now we are, sex therapist trial is at like 7 hours now. And they ain't never going nowhere. I don't know how it's taken them for so long. I do appreciate y'all hanging out today. This is a long day, y'all. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've covered a lot of grounds. I mean, we're 8 hours into this, and we still got. We've still got. I mean, it's 2 o'clock in California right now. Maybe they'll get a verdict before then. Kayla Jones, focus on you. Been on vacay, so I've been catching up on the last few lives. I'm still behind in the bread part, at the bread part, and wanted to say we call it buttons, two along with heel and NPC. NPC was in there, and I've literally, I mean, it's probably hard as a rock now. It's been sitting here for 8 hours, but. I saw that. Thank you. It's good to support. Now I have croutons. This is really messing with my plans, though, because I was planning on working on the podcast. I'm so behind because of CrimeCon. This is not what I was planning on doing. Hi, Pam. A lot of them I get from like, look, y'all, I'm a bargain shopper. I'm a bargain shopper. I love a good thrift store. I also am a little bit of a clothes horse. So I will like run out of room in my closet and I'll get like some of those big green, tubs and pack a bunch of stuff and pack it away for a year, 2 years. And then all of a sudden I'll go through it. I'll be like, oh, I forgot how much I like this. So then it's like Christmas all over again. It's ridiculous. I'm aware. However, like I had the size of the condo that I live in now is about the size of the closet. Almost. Almost. Condo's a little bit bigger. That I had in, like, I am a clothes-aholic. And I will buy expensive clothes when it's things that are like classic pieces that will last me forever. If it's something that I love the way it fits, I'll buy it in every color. I'm one of those. But a lot of stuff I get is just I like a bargain, and I get stuff at like thrift stores and stuff like that. Stuff that I've packed away and forgotten about, and then like Amazon, Shein. We had this debate the other day. Shein, Shine, Shein, Sheen, Sheen. Probably Shein. I get a lot of my stuff there. I think someone on the jury is victim blaming. Trying to figure out what could possibly be taking so long. Two things I'm not sure of right now. One, that Brandy doesn't have the channel pop. Hold on, let me try. Look, I don't. I keep checking thinking there's no way. There's no way. It's not paused. And two, that Shunka Bacon really has her gift option on. That's true. Wait, did they just move? Did the camera just move, or are my eyes playing tricks on me because it's been so long? I don't even know anymore. When is the next episode coming out? Well, I knew I was going to be late on this one because of CrimeCon. I was wanting to do them every Tuesday. So I was planning on trying to have this one by tomorrow, but man, the way this is going, it might not be till the weekend. I don't want to rush it and do a bad job. I want to make it as good as possible. If that means I have to miss a week to do the third one, I mean, it's CrimeCon, it's worth it, but I don't want to rush it. But like this is, I was expected to get 2 verdicts today and then have, a day to work on the podcast before we get into the next thing. But the state of Massachusetts and the state of California are messing up my plans here. No bingo, and now my podcast. No bueno. I'm like losing everything. Oh my gosh. I'm going to drive over and force feed you cake pops if you don't eat. Please do that. Please come force feed me cake pops. Please. Okay. Sorry. Peter Steele, still no verdicts. They sent the jury home in the Cara trial. I mean, it's just, we're just never, we live here now. This is where we live. This is it. Oh, Holly Mac, I don't even think I could stay up all night again. I only got 2 hours of sleep last night, and it looks like we might have another long day tomorrow. I was really expecting to be done by now. I was really expecting to be done by now. But here we are. Checking every 25 seconds to make sure that I haven't paused this thing. Oh my gosh. How mad would y'all be if I'd like accidentally paused this and like they had read the verdict 3 hours ago and we just missed it. And we just been sitting here talking about clothes shopping and dogs and chat boyfriends. It'd be all right. Be all right. But we're not paused. I still keep checking it. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, we got, what was that? Nothing. Nikki gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Nikki. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Did I miss something else? Did I miss something on the screen? The Creative Bee, Blair Teague, Debbie A, Angie, and Kat Humphreys were all gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nikki. It was funny being at CrimeCon and then seeing like some of our members, you know, with other, like in other chats and stuff, like of people that I was with. And I'm like, oh, hey, I know them. I know y'all. Hi. So funny. It's like an alternate universe. Oh, Regina Crawford also gifted a membership. Oh, I might have missed that one. I'm sorry. I think I missed that on this screen. Regina Crawford, thank you. Do we know who it went to? Salty, why is your place locked down? Did I miss that? I just missed all kinds of stuff. What happened? Oh, it went to Toy White. Woohoo! Congratulations. I was like, oh, what can I watch because you were gone so long? Well, all you had to do was I was in like 4 other people's streams, which is funny because I didn't stream at all, but yet I was everywhere. It was fun. I had a lot of fun. Linda, thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry I did not hear you answer when the next episode of the podcast was coming out. I had stepped away. Well, I was trying to get it out by tomorrow, but the way this is going, it might not be till the weekend. So I don't want to rush it. I want to make it as good as possible. It's going to be about the difference of the 2 searches and what was found at what search and the conditions in each of them and stuff like that. So I don't want to rush it, but man, I am spending so much time waiting on juries. But I'd rather it be good than be fast. But I will try. See, if I didn't have to, it's weird because I could just sit here and record it while I'll be like, hey, y'all just talk amongst yourselves. And I'll sit here and record it. But I can't do that because I have to focus. I can't focus when I'm running all this. PFIB leak on the plant. This is why you're on lockdown. 3 people directly exposed and rushed to the hospital. Fume release. No ventilation to buildings or able to leave the site. Wow. Dang. That's crazy. Tish Bishop. Yes, I saw that there are billboards. I've seen the pictures of them. That's pretty cool. Something that's also cool. If y'all weren't here this morning, I mentioned it, I think this morning, like 27 hours ago. If I don't know if you listen to Mandy Matney and Liz Farrell, it used to be called Murdoch Murders Podcast. Now it's True Sunlight. But like in the first 4 minutes this morning, Mandy said, I can't remember how she worded it, but something about something about follow Brady Churchwell and follow the 13th Juror podcast or whatever it was, however it was. But she mentioned 13th Juror podcast. So And she has millions of listeners. So that's great because that's more people that could possibly hear about this. Hear about the Karen Reed case. Hear about what's happening. Because Lord knows something is. Something stanks in Canton. Let's see. Do a poll after what the verdict will be for so long. So, yeah, we'll do start a poll. Okay. What do you think Pursehouse verdict will be? Okay, so we'll do guilty, murder in the first, guilty of murder in the second, guilty, what was it, manslaughter? And the one, what is the first degree? I'm not going to worry about the first degree residential burglary thing. We're just going to focus on the murder. I think that that's what their biggest things are. Let me make sure it's all right. Let's see. Let's see here. Still making sure it's not paused. Okay, so he faces one count of murder with the lying in wait. So murder oh, I'm so tired. All right, let's see. I'm trying to see what the other let's see. I don't want to listen to the whole closing again. Um, um, how pretty she is. I was trying to see if they had the lesser charges on here, because the lying in wait thing was the big, like, to do over their arguments about it. I don't see it. All right, we're just going to go with what we got. I'm so tired. Lying in wait means that he broke in and he was waiting to kill her. That's one option. The other option would be, every time it does that, I'm like, here, let's get out of Chrome. Y'all know how I feel about Chrome. There. They just did first on theirs. They did first, second, or manslaughter. Why are they still? I don't get it. I'm so confused. Why are they still like what? This is not what I was expecting. Oh yeah, Tommy Jones, pass that meatloaf recipe around. It's good. CrimeCon 24 is in Nashville. Yes, it's May like 30th through June 1st or something like that. I tried Temu and I ordered some stuff and it said that it was delivered and handed to somebody, but it wasn't. So I've never ordered anything from there again. Oh, I love this. Kathy says she's leading a crime contour. And matching t-shirts and everything. I love that. I know something. I am definitely not going to be staying up late tonight. That 2 hours of sleep has caught up to me. 2 hours of sleep and long days. I can get a good night's sleep tonight. Hopefully we'll get 2 verdicts tomorrow and then I can do the podcast. It's tomorrow's already Friday. Dang. This week is just flown by. Sorry. Like 4:30, my time is only 2:30 there. Jill C, thank you so much. Jill C says, please just set a pace, and if it falls behind, we all understand. Just cannot rush perfection, and you are perfection. Thank you so much. I thought that I would be able to fit in time because I'd originally thought like, okay, well, I'll just skip a week because of CrimeCon. Then I was like, well, I can get an episode out. It ain't looking that way. It ain't looking that way. Can y'all believe we're in October this weekend? No. God, it's going by fast. So fast. Hope. Oops. Still nothing. Still nothing. They're at like 7 hours and 40 minutes or something like that now. Which is so much longer than I thought. So much longer. Oh gosh. Here's the real problem. Let's go ahead and address the real problem. My verdict eyebrows are not going to make it too much longer. So And we have to get, if tomorrow's Friday, if they don't come back with a verdict on this one tonight, we have to get a verdict tomorrow on the other one. And we need a verdict on this one tonight. Okay, don't I have a phone cord? My phone's dying. I get credit for brow time served. That's good. I'm going to have them Morse code eyebrows starting tomorrow. I just am not I'm not understanding what's taking so long. Maybe when they fall off, the verdict will come in. Marie Moss, like, I need to count. Okay, so let's talk about the trial for next week. I believe I haven't had a chance to look. Let me see if anybody texted me back. I don't have the answers yet. All right, let me see if I can look it up. All right, let's see. Social media model accused of fatally stabbing her boyfriend in their luxury Miami condo wants the case resolved as soon as possible. So we are mounting a vigorous defense for Courtney. Many defense witnesses that will testify she was the victim of domestic violence and that the actions she took were to save her own life. So this is a stabbing, but they're saying possibly a y'all can tell I'm tired. I can't even get words out. Self-defense. And I was planning on, because it's supposed to start next week, and I was planning on doing like to do like an intro to it, like watching the pretrial hearings and kind of like doing like an introduction to it that way. And then I wanted to do a Karen Reed stream next week over like the episodes that podcast episodes I'm doing. But if we're going to be on verdict watch for the rest of our lives, I always joke about how, like, when I'm like, yeah, this is where you live now. This is where we live. Welcome to, New membership. This is where you live now. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean we actually live here. Jeez. She was followed by 2 million people and has maintained that she acted in self-defense. Prosecutors have said that her boyfriend, how do you say his name? Obumseli? Her boyfriend, was the victim of domestic violence. According to arrest paperwork, Miami police found Clenny holding her bleeding boyfriend in her arms in their unit in the condo in Edgewater. Clenny, now 27, is facing second-degree murder charge.
Kristen died.
Oops.
Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that in here?
For the first time,
oops.
We're hearing directly.
Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that in here?
I can't play their stuff. I can only play that.
Up to her boyfriend.
So this is like her.
Develop.
I just want to see her. I don't care what they have to say about her.
That would be insane. I mean, I didn't even think that this would touch him. Stab him.
Covered in his blood.
I for dang sure did not stab him.
She said, I for dang sure did not stab him.
That would be insane. I mean, I didn't even think that this would touch him.
That would be insane. I didn't even think that this would touch him. That's kind of. It's kind of interesting.
Have said the evidence.
I don't want to hear them
survive. They said this as her abuser.
See, I can't play what they said. I can only play what she said. But why she have naked on there? So attorneys announced they are still conducting interviews with witnesses. As you can imagine, she wants to get this case resolved as soon as possible, especially since she's innocent in this case, but she understands you have to be patient. There is a process. The system has to do what it has to do. During the hearing, Clenny's attorneys told the judge that they don't expect the trial to start this year. Oh, so I guess they're postponing it again. Telling you. Florida's crazy. Let's look up the one that's my friend. Actually, that's who I stayed with. Not the one who killed her husband and buried him under the fire pit, but the one who was friends with her. Lake County. They had asked to postpone hers too. Again, she's out on bond, so she ain't in no hurry. She wants to take as long as she possibly can. See if anything else has changed in hers. Let's see. There's a notice of taking deposition. See what we got here. This is Laurie Shaver. Okay, so anybody who hasn't been in here when I've talked about Laurie Shaver. So this one is one that I've been following very closely because my longtime friends, like decades, college roommates, we weren't all roommates. I was roommates with them at different times, I think. Anyway, beside the point. They are married now. I hooked them up, actually. Thank you very much. Just call me Cupid. And I stayed with them when I went to CrimeCon this weekend. So they're like long friends, right? So I was talking to them about a friend, the husband of a friend of my friend. She said that she was talking to Laurie about how y'all hear how tired I am? I can't even form sentences. All right, let's try this again. So I was talking to my friend. She was telling me about Laurie, who she knows from, they're in the same town. Their kids go to school together. They were friends. Laurie's husband had gone missing. But she was like, it's kind of weird because it's like he kind of went missing, but then he's not really missing, because she says that he went to Georgia or New York or Afghanistan, like all these different places, right? So she didn't think much of it. She just thought, well, maybe she's not wanting to tell me, what's going on or whatever. And turns out they end up arresting Laurie because they found out that she allegedly shot her husband and buried him in the backyard and built a fire pit over him. And actually, my friend had gone over there and had like roasted marshmallows with them and stuff, like with their children. So this is the child of this man roasting marshmallows on a fire pit over his dead body with my friends and their daughter. So yeah, so she's out on bond, and this is like years later that it took to finally get it. So there's a lot, and there's a lot to it. And because because my college roommates are friends with her, I've heard a lot of inside stuff about it. It's just kind of crazy stuff. But there's a lot to it. And it's something I've been following very closely. Obviously, it's, my friends were friends with her, but she's out on bond. Like, they still see her around Claremont and stuff. So it's crazy, huh? Kathy says, will my friend be testifying? It is a possibility. She did try to blame it on her child. That was the most recent thing. So they had, the defense filed a motion saying that her daughter, who was really young at the time, that her daughter did it. And her daughter was like, I can't remember, like 7 or something stupid, that her daughter did it. And then she just helped her bury him. And they're like, the court was like, no. Ivan, thank you for the super chat. Hope y'all have a great night. Love y'all. Good night. Good night. Good to see you. Good night. We're hoping to get a verdict any minute now. Any minute now. I am absolutely going to cover this case if it goes to trial, and I'm going to cover it before it goes to trial. It is going to go to trial. She does not, well, I say that. She might plead, but I doubt it. She ain't done it yet. But she's not on bond, so she's just living her best life. She don't want to go to court, so they keep filing all these motions to have it pushed back. But here's the thing. So there's a lot to it. There's a lot of evidence they have. There's a lot of evidence, like a lot of cell phone data and, and fake Facebook accounts where she was having an affair with, I think I did a video on this, didn't I? Didn't I do a video on this? I think I did. So she was having an affair with a married man, and she thought that the married man was like more into her than he was, I guess. My internet keeps blinking. I wonder why. What is happening with the internets? It's weird. My fiber keeps doing something weird. It's really weird. I don't know. So anyway, she was having an affair with a married man, and I guess she wanted them to be together, and he had a whole wife, and she made a Facebook. Let me see if I remember this right. Made a Facebook pretending to be her husband that she killed, allegedly. And she sent flowers to the wife of the dude she's banging and said, like pretended to be her husband or whatever. I was like, hey, we need to talk. Our spouses are knocking boots or whatever. And pretended to be him, and then had like Facebook Messenger conversations and with him, like, and stuff, like trying to convince the wife that it was the husband. So what she's trying to do, allegedly, is get the wife to get mad and leave her husband so that she could have him. And I mean, there's like receipts and stuff where, like she's using his card. She got loans in his name, stuff like that. I'm pretty sure I did a video on it. Didn't I? I think I did. Look in my search bar, Lori Shaver. I'm pretty sure I did. Anyway, all right, let's see what the newest stuff is. Taking deposition. Following witness, Dr. Kyle Shaw. Let's see what else. Plea negotiation conference. Defendants will not need to appear if represented by public defender or private counsel, blah, blah, blah. I mean, she has one of those scheduled like every month. Notice of hearing. Let's see what this has to say. Notice of hearing. Motion and notice of intent to introduce prior bad acts of the alleged victim and request for judicial notice. So there's a domestic violence dispute on their record from years ago. It didn't come up. I swear I did a video on it, didn't I? How did I? Maybe not. I don't think it was alive. Maybe I didn't. How did I not? I swear I did a video on that. I don't know, and I'm too tired to find it, but I swear I did something on that. Or maybe I just got it all together and talked about it on one of the streams or something. I thank you very much, Ivan. I appreciate that. That's a very good compliment. Lots of people can discuss and pontificate. Brady has a unique ability to tell us facts and history quick. It's a great talent. Thank you so much. I'm normally a little bit quicker than I am right now. I am running on fumes here, my friend. I'm like struggling to make it through, but it's 5 o'clock here, which means it's 3 o'clock there. But you know what's going to happen. Even if I went to lay down, first thing they're going to do is come back with a verdict. All right. Focus. Do like Judge Newman says, stretch, stretch, stretch. Pick up. I'm going to wipe off my verdict eyebrows. All right. Oh, I told y'all about it during a live. So either on a break, sidebar, verdict, watch, something like that. All right. I was going to say, I know it's on video somewhere, but all right. So there's a lot to it. Look at Lucy. She's like, I've been out twice today. I'm good. Everybody's like, go to bed. Okay. We got 2 more hours that we have to be on watch. So we can end here. And Bossy says, get some rest. We can end here. I am so tired. I am so tired. So we can end here, and then I'm going to rest. I will try to keep my phone on. If a verdict comes in, y'all let me know, and I'll go live for it just for the verdict, and then and then we'll watch it. I can't even get through a sentence. Okay. All right, y'all, I love you. I'm sorry. I've made it as long as I possibly can. I am literally burning out. But I am going to, I haven't said, even when she's offline, she's still researching and planning. I already know. Always. Like I mean, 2 hours before I start up until early hours of the morning. I don't think y'all realize, I don't think anybody realize how much I work, which it makes it even more annoying when people who don't put in the hours that I do get mad at me for, for anything. They can sit down. All right, I'm going to rest. I will keep I'll just keep it on my TV. That way, if something happens, I'll just see it. And if we get a verdict, then we will come back and do just a very short live while we listen to it. And then we can tell everybody else that left us to be jealous. All right, y'all. I appreciate you coming and hanging out. Y'all are the best. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. I really do love y'all. Y'all are the best. I will see y'all bright and early tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern.